Dzień dobry, witam Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the fourth already session of our conference. We are nearing the end of our event. I'm happy to have a good turnout in the room and I would like to welcome everyone joining us online. This is a session on medical devices. It's a bit of an experiment of ours this year. Medical Devices Navigating New Challenges and Opportunities is the title of our session, and we have a surprise to kick it off.
Yes, we can hear you right now.
Okay, I will share my screen. Yeah. So thank you very much for inviting me, and it is not well. I would have loved to be with you on site, but the circumstances, especially in the last month, in which I've changed my job, and also I'm much more attained to be in the Basque region. So and it has been impossible to be in there in Kraków, but it was a pleasure always that I've been in Kraków there. So what I'm going to talk today is about the use of machine learning and how it impacts on health technology assessment, and also how it can impact on the use of real world evidence and the use of real world data for decision making. So first of all, I wanted to I don't know if I can move by myself the yeah. So some insights. Those are from Harvey Finnegar. Harvey Finnegar was the director of the Institute of Medicine in the United States, and I think he was quite knowledgeable about the issues that are and the aspects that were related to healthcare systems, and also they are currently also. They're currently part of the things that we have to face when we are talking about the healthcare systems. Well, Albert Finnegar said, for example, the way we make decisions has not fundamentally changed. What has changed are the capacities, the resources, and the technologies that enter into the process. And among those, in the last years, we are facing things like artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and other factors that also affect not just the way that we attempt to make decisions, but also the capacity that we have in terms of gathering information and the resources and the technologies that we have in terms of deciding and also making things feasible. The second thing that he said, and I think it is also very relevant, it is related to the healthcare today is also more complex, more demanding, and more challenging for patients, clinicians, and policymakers. And nowadays, one of the things that is important and why most of the healthcare systems are on crisis, it is related to the attempt that we have related to healthcare. And we are nowadays accustomed to receive healthcare, and we are demanding healthcare in a faster way that we were accustomed before. So it is, and that's why we have increased, for example, the waiting list and many other things, and there are many concerns by patients in terms of reaching to the healthcare system. The third thing that he was saying, so it was related to the idea of technology, and he was saying the idea of technology is very simple. It is the idea of knowledge applied to a purpose. But in healthcare, we draw on a lot of knowledge, and we have many, many different purposes. And the question for us always in healthcare is, are we using that knowledge in a way that truly advances health? And this is a question that also we need to debate today with the new technologies and how they are impacting our healthcare systems right now. I don't think I can move, or perhaps so. I don't know. Yeah. So I will start with some principles. First of all, it is one principle that was set by the 70s by one of the most prominent statistician, and also he was one of the people that work hard in quality, and he has been known as being part of the success of Japan in the 80s and 90s. And what he said, and it was Edward Deming, what he said was, without data, you are just another person with an opinion. But also, we need to could use the quota from Milo Jones and Philip Siverson that they were saying, without an opinion, you are just another person with data. And I don't think they are not. Those two statements, they are not conflicting in principle. Why? Because on the one side, if we don't have data, in principle, we cannot provide evidence, and that won't be informative. So it will be our opinion. So anyone's opinion, it is important. What we have is just data. So it is important not just to have data, but also to make the correct questions and also try to gather and interpret the correct answers. So facts and data. So it is true that right now we have more and more facts and more data, and we can see that that data is everywhere. This is something that has changed dramatically, and I would say in the last 20 to 25 years. And it is crystal clear that any time that we spend on the internet, the sites that we visit and the services that we use accumulate an enormous amount of data on our behavior and our preferences, and that is also related to how we relate also in the healthcare systems. The next one, it is the how we interpret those data, and one of the things that we need to think about it is that having data without creative interpretation is not only inefficient, but also it is useless. And knowing what the data means and what the implications are for the organizations is in principle what matters. So it is not just, and this is a big debate nowadays in the healthcare systems, and especially related to which is the data that we need to gather on the one side, and on the other side, how we are interpreting those data in terms of advancing in our organizations and in our case in the healthcare systems. So the what and the why. So it is up to now the main focus on data and data use were related to data collection and also to maintaining the rigor of the method and ensuring data accuracy. And one of the main focus was on data curation. So this, but it's true that we were forgetting why the data has been collected in the first place, and we were not thinking about why we need to collect that, which the purpose is, and many of the things that we have even imposed to the healthcare providers and the health professionals have been related to collecting data that in principle it is not used in terms of making further decisions. And that way of collecting the data, it is annoying on the one side the health professionals, and also it is increasing the burden that they are suffering in terms of relating to the system. So they are talking to themselves saying, why should I collect those data, and how that is impacting in reality my way of working. Furthermore, if we go to what we call real-world data and real-world evidence, I'm not going to invent the wheel, and I'm referring to some well-established definitions. On the one side, real-world data, it is observational or administrative data that provides information on the routine delivery of healthcare and the health status of the target population. And real-world evidence, it is the evidence derived from the analysis of real-world data. We can refer to what we have done in healthcare system for so many years, and we can say that real-world data could be registries that we were using. For example, the registry of mortality, the registry of cancer, the registry of data related to costs in the systems, and many other things. So we were accustomed for many years to collect those type of data. I think the challenge right now, and also the things that we are doing different, it is that nowadays we are trying to use those data in terms of making decisions and combining those data also with some clinical data that are available. But one of the questions that we need to observe, it is to which extent those data that we are collecting, first of all, they are sufficiently accurate and they have sufficient internal validity on the one side, and on the other side, to which extent they are useful in terms of making decisions in some way. So, in principle, nothing has changed. So, what can the big debate right now? It is real world data, big data, but one of the things it is important. It is what kind of data do decision makers need to make decisions, and I think it is the most important thing. And we are not starting from the very beginning. So the as I'm used to say, first things first. So the first things are the questions. The second should be data required to answer those questions, and then there is another need and a third step in terms of which is the interpretation of the results that we are obtaining with the data required in terms of making those decisions. So it is which is at the end of the day, which is the value of those results that we are obtaining. So it is how to generate this fit for purpose evidence in general. So how that is that applicable to specifically health technology? It is true that health technology, for most of us that we are not English speakers or English native speakers, it is a little bit confusing. In most of the languages, technology it is related to something that semantically could be related to a gadget. So something that is touchable that we can have on our hands. But if we go to the definition of technology by English native speakers, and I'm using the definition from John Kenneth Galbraith, and health technology is the systematic application of scientific and other knowledge to solve practical problems. So it is how to get answers in terms of producing better results on the questions that we have as systems, and that is also applicable to the healthcare system. And when we are talking about technologies applied to health, we are talking about equipment, medical devices, medicines, and medical and surgical procedures used in diagnosis, in prevention, in treatment and rehabilitation, together with the administrative systems required to implement them. So it is quite broad. So those are the answers that we are using in terms of answering the questions that we have in healthcare systems. Furthermore, if we look at how that impacts the healthcare systems as a whole, and there is always the eternal debate between what is innovation and how that can be implemented in the healthcare systems. So this innovation we can say that is something that responds to unmet needs by employing new ways of thinking and working with a special focus on the needs of vulnerable population. I'm using the definition from WHO innovation group. And also they were also saying that health innovation adds value in the form of improved efficiency, effectiveness, quality, safety, or affordability. So they were using the group of experts around innovation in WHO. They were saying that innovation is not just new. It is something that also adds value in the form of efficiency. So it is in terms of the balance between cost and effects. In terms of just effects, like effectiveness, in terms of quality, so improving the quality of the services that we are providing, in terms of safety, and in terms of affordability by the systems. So the term innovation is quite related to the HTA definition. The last definition that we have, it is that HTA is a multidisciplinary process that uses explicit methods to determine the value of a health technology at different points in its life cycle. And the purpose is to inform decision making in order to promote an equitable, efficient, and high quality health system. So it is quite related to innovation. So it is we cannot say that we are not introducing innovation without evaluating that in terms of those features that I'm already defining. So what next? So it is, can we make decisions? And this is part of the questions that were made in the past, and especially those that we have been working in evidence-based medicine. One of the things, and we were rooted in the paradigm of the need to demonstrate causality on the basis of randomized controlled trials. And one of the challenges was, can we make decisions with real-world evidence? Well, in reality, this is something that was discussed in the Global Policy Forum for Health Technology Assessment International. In reality, we are doing, because in most of the cases, there is lack of external validity of most of the randomized control trials that we are using in terms of demonstrating evidence. And for example, in most of the cases on medical devices and diagnostics and so on, there are no randomized control trials that respond to the questions that we are having, or there is no robust designs to answer most of the clinical questions that we could have. So it is, and also the questions that we have are related also in most cases to context. So this real world evidence, it is of utmost importance. And how that relates the next one, that is the data. So is what is needed, and this is some of the questions that I've made before. So is what is the data that is needed? First of all, it is enough data. So it is good, reliable, and valid, and not more and not less than needed. So it is, because otherwise we create a burden to those that are collecting the data, and especially quite a high burden, and also it could be quite unknowledgeable to them because we are forcing them to collect data that finally is not used for decision making, and also mainly statistical data, less personal data, including genomic information. As we can see, in most of the cases, the main response and the data that is important to gather, it is those things that are not only related to the healthcare systems, but also that they are related to social and environmental factors, so the social determinants of health and environmental factors, also individual behavior and genetics, also in terms of, and healthcare system. In reality, it is very low in terms of determining which the results that we are providing and the responsibility of how those results are achieved. They are not mainly related to the healthcare system, but all those other factors that sometimes we are not collecting, or even we are not including in our decisions. So the hurdles to implement the use of data, first of all, it is the access limitations even in publicly funded knowledge, uncontrolled access and use of data, or ignoring the ownership of personal data, or misusing business power to squeeze people institutions. So that is one of the problems that we are facing so far. But apart from that, another thing that is important, it is that there are other hurdles like systems prepared to collect administrative and management data in principle. So our systems are prepared to collect administrative and management data, but no data on results is normally structured, or they are not even collected. And not all the outcomes of interest are recorded. And especially when we are trying to demonstrate values, and I was saying before, it is important to say that first of all, we need to configure our systems in terms of collecting the data and the outcomes of interest that need to be recorded, and sometimes, well, and in most of the occasions, I wouldn't say that they are recorded or they are collected. And furthermore, so should we use great data, enough data? This is something that is from the Institute of Medicine that I've said before. There is a report that was telling us what is the impact of using real world evidence on medical product development, and how that is impacting in the decisions that we are making. The report of the Institute of Medicine was saying, yes, we have to, in principle, we have to collect real world evidence in terms of learning, in terms of improving the way that we are doing, in terms to be able to handle complexity, in terms to be able to treat a patient, in terms to be able to protect population, and also in a controlled environment for the benefit of the population and a person, by protecting people, science, and business against misuse. And that was related also to collecting data, and also being aware of every misuse is raising hurdles and avoiding improvements in this sense. And on the other side, that is terrific in terms of not providing the correct decisions, and providing the correct evidence. In fact, the importance of real-world evidence in health technology assessment, it is increasing over time, because innovative tools for collecting and recording information, and for generating and synthesizing evidence, and from a wide variety of settings in the real world, and oftentimes even in real time. And that's why, for example, even the Health Technology Assessment International community have created an interest group on real-world evidence and artificial intelligence, because some of those things are already impacting our healthcare systems. And what is more, stakeholders have a better understanding of how access to innovative technologies can be facilitated and even accelerated by those new tools that we have. And they are willing and even eager to consider the use of machine learning and artificial intelligence technologies to gain the advantage of more comprehensive evidence to inform decision making. But what in principle could be an advance and also can improve the way that we approach to decision making, it is not that easy. And I will put some examples on that. So once again, we need to be back to making the correct question. So the what, the when, the how, and by whom. So it is from the principles that we have said, if we don't have data, there is no evidence in terms of making decision. But without purpose, data collection makes no sense. And on the other side, we need to say that one of the challenges that we have with using those new tools, it is that no good data could lead to no good conclusions. However, and this is something of our society that is that we are trying to do easygoing. So it is I would call the lazy ones, that try to find fast solutions, but not perhaps the correct solutions. So the question would be: do we provide evidence when data are not available? And one of the things that we are learning, the ones that we are using artificial intelligence and machine learning, it is that and especially the generative artificial intelligence, what is producing it is that they are accustomed to give an answer, even in those cases in which evidence or data are not available, and that creates something that has been called hallucination. So it is not all the things that are obtained from generative artificial intelligence are related to data. And one of the problems it is that we don't know how those responses are produced. Perhaps some technology developers they know, but those that we are the users, we don't know how those responses are obtained, and which are the mechanisms behind, and that could be a big problem. Use cases in which we can do automated activities, and in which, for example, artificial intelligence and machine learning could be used. For example, in the case of HTA, it can be used in filtration of studies, and there are clear examples on how to do in a faster way when we are doing, for example, a systematic review, and we need to we have thousands or tons, as I'm used to say, tons of articles, and we need to filtrate because we need to gather in all those that are in principle providing us the information that we need in terms of making decisions. Or it has been used also in the identification of other studies that have not primarily been identified by the first search. Or also we have seen that is tremendously valid. For example, in the case of data extraction or evidence synthesis. But once again, once we have decided which is the information that we are going to include. So it is crystal clear that automated activities makes our life easier. And for example, in evidence synthesis or in living evidence, so it is when we have already the questions, when we have identified the studies, when we have defined the exclusion and inclusion criteria, and so on. Also, automated activities that could be provided by artificial intelligence and machine learning could be useful in terms of, for example, updating the evidence in a living evidence manner. And otherwise, it could be very, very burdensome for the HTA groups. But we don't need to bear in mind that that there are moments in which the artificial intelligence and other automated, at least up to now, makes no sense. For example, in scoping, so I don't think that when we are doing a scoping and when we are going to try to reach to make the right questions, in which we need to involve clinicians, we need to involve managers, we need to involve patients. I don't think it is something that can be automated. Or also in defining inclusion and exclusion criteria that needs to be also discussed. Perhaps automated activities could help us in terms of making suggestions, but not in the definition of which are the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Or also, I don't think it is automatic activities could be used in critical appraisal or in data interpretation. This is something that needs to continue being human, or also in deliberative processes in terms of providing the right questions, or also in decision making. Despite that in some healthcare systems we are starting to do so. Furthermore, in how to apply that in the HTA in the HTA community, and I was put in the long and winding road. So it is one famous song from the Beatles. So it is we don't need to go on the fastest solution, on the cheapest solution, and what seems to be smartest and what seems to be more innovative. In theory, as I was saying, we need to provide that those things that we are using in principle, they are better than the common things that we are doing, and we are not in need to follow what is technologically fascinating. And I've seen some countries that are fascinated by the technology, and they are even saying that we don't need HTA agencies or HTA doers anymore, because we are going to solve that with artificial intelligence. And in reality, if we go to what the activity of HTA is, it cannot be replaced in all the cases. But it's true that it can help us in making our life easier. So main challenges when using machine learning and artificial intelligence and its use in processing data for HTA. First of all, we need to bear in mind that is a black box. So we don't know where the data is coming and how it is processed, and finally which the final I would say result on how it is obtained. Also, in the selection of evidence, so the data sources and the filtration needs still perhaps to be with some human touch. Also with interpretation. Also, bear in mind which are the problems with hallucination. Also, the balance between internal validity and external validity, and this is something that needs to be also discussed. So, yes, mainly in favor of using new technologies, but with the principle of cautiousness that is related to which the difference are with the things that we are promoting, and which are the I would say which are the pros and the cons. As we were saying in the definition, the previous definition of health technology assessment, the health technology assessment is trying to provide information about the intended consequences and the unintended consequences of using the technology. And in this sense, I think it is tremendously important to bear in mind which are the pros of using those new tools and which are the cons of using those tools, and obviously being critical on how to use those automated things. And thank you very much for inviting me once again, and I hope that.
Proszę Państwa, to było wystąpienie z
Ladies
zeszłego
and
roku.
gentlemen, that was a presentation given last year. I invite you to visit our YouTube channel to see last year's presentations. Last year we had a fascinating session on systems, but today we're talking about medical devices. You've just heard from our presenter about different challenges. We're thinking about medical devices here, but also non-drug technologies in the broad sense. The same question always arises. What exactly is an innovation? I now hand over to Katarzyna Kędzior from the Polish HTA agency AUTMIT, and she will discuss the proposed legislative path for assessing innovative medical devices and including them in the list of guaranteed benefits. Results of AUTMIT's work to date. I'm really interested in what we will just find out.
Hello, I am Katarzyna Kędzior, and I'm a representative of the HTA agency, and I would like to present you with the results of the work so far that AUTMIT has carried out with regard to including innovative medical devices, including digital devices, into the guaranteed benefits basket. Let me first present a short agenda of my presentation. As a form of introduction, I would like to present the currently applicable legal provisions in the Polish system, and I will present a short characteristics of the financing mechanisms in force for those medical devices, and this will be the basis for setting out the challenges that the legislative framework in Poland put before us, and then the key assumptions and the proposed draft solutions and the way forward. The financing of medical devices is set out in what we call the guaranteed benefits basket. The basis for that are two regulations. So the Act on Reimbursement of Drugs and Medical Devices, and the Act on Financing Health Services from Public Funds. In the first case, we have both the reimbursement of products in generally available pharmacies, for example, dressings for wounds and others. Another financial mechanisms are devices which are issued on prescription, for example, wheelchairs, orpheses, prostheses. And the third key financing mechanism is about financing services which include using a medical device. So an important element of that service is a medical device, but it's just a component. The Act also provides for other financing mechanisms like pilot programs, health policy programs, or access for patients as part of for example, equipping a surgical theater. And to simplify, we can say that the individual mechanisms are a part of the healthcare guaranteed services basket. But there are different administrative pathways for covering specific devices or technologies with reimbursement. There are different criteria applied for different mechanisms. They are perceived as different forms of financing. So, for example, a solution of financing devices which are just a part of a bigger healthcare services is subject to 3 different reimbursement pathways. And on the next 2 slides, I presented a short characteristics of all administrative pathways that are available in the Polish healthcare system. Especially for our foreign guests, let me just present a short characteristic of what we have available. So a good standard in the Polish healthcare system is set out by pharmaceutical reimbursement, which has been defined by the regulator by indicating the applicant as the MACH. Then there's the time for a decision by the Ministry of Health, that's 180 days. Engaging the Ministry of Health to set out the reimbursement decision and pricing decision, and engaging AUTMIT by entrusting it with carrying out the relevant analysis, the position of the Transparency Council, and the recommendation of the President of AUTMIT. The same does not apply to reimbursement of devices which are issued on prescription. Only an amendment which still hasn't entered into force provides for updating the list of such devices, and AUTMIT's activity in this regard is limited and is done as part of what we call other tasks of the agency. The other 2 financing mechanisms are based on the Act on Financing Health Services. So although various stakeholders of the healthcare system submit applications for reimbursement, for example, national consultants, the Act does not provide for a list of possible applicants who can formally apply to the Ministry of Health for reimbursement of such devices. There's a reverse situation if a device is to be removed from a list of reimbursed devices. In such case, the list of applicants has been specified. Also, the time for assessing the application has been specified. We also have a procedural mode, which determines the scope of clinical indications for a given device, and other elements, which you can see on the slide. To sum up, I'm not going to explain them in detail, But we clearly can see that there are some elements which are missing in some of the pathways in terms of the good standard, which is set out by the act, which applies only to pharmacy reimbursement. Here we'd like to tell you about another financial mechanism which is available only for drug technologies. So setting out and selling net price. This applies for highly innovative drug technologies. This solution was introduced in 2020, and it includes drugs which are used in rare diseases and cancer diseases. So here, innovativeness criteria have been specified, and these are other criteria than the ones which apply for standard pharmacy reimbursement. And I am talking about it because in the context of drugs, this pathway, separate for innovative drug technologies, is in place, but we don't have such a mechanism in place for innovative drug devices, so non-drug technologies, so medical devices. So we have to address these missing provisions, or we should head towards developing a totally new pathway for innovative medical devices. You can see that there are many different ways of financing technologies in Poland, but even though they exist in the Polish legal environment, stakeholders still report limitations of access, the patient's limited access to various technologies. So what we need to do is to optimize administrative processes, implement innovative technologies, but taking into account HTA, with rational use of funds to spend funds and allocate funds on both innovative and non-innovative technologies, both drug technologies and non-drug technologies. And the challenge here is ensuring patients' access to safe and effective innovations, those which are available in Germany, in France, in Italy, and other countries, both in Europe and outside of Europe. Such technologies should be made available to patients quickly, even when not all evidence is available. Now, a short characteristics of our project. The objective of our project was developing scenarios for assessment pathways and taking decisions of whether a technology should be included in the innovative technology list from two perspectives. The first perspective was the perspective of our institution based on the collected evidence and large-scale consultations with the social sphere, so with the public and stakeholders. So we presented the evidence we collected, and then we presented that to obtain feedback and consultations with experts, which would help improve the version which was developed by our team. But the other objective was to present the perspective of partners of our project. The partners were various industry chambers, and they were to present the perspectives of those associations which bring together developers of medical devices. So we wanted to present the perspective of the report that we submitted to the Ministry of Health was to present and showcase the perspective of different stakeholders, both the patients, the institution, and the manufacturers. The key assumptions was that we wanted to be as evidence-based as possible. Obviously, we don't have too much evidence on innovative devices, but this is an important point, which this is included also for guidelines on carrying out such assessments. We also want to keep the consistency of decision criteria. They should be common for all technologies, regardless of which type of intervention it is, whether a drug or a non-drug or an other intervention. Then the use of existing pathways. So regardless of what the minister chooses, or whether there are changes to the existing pathways, the adoption, we have adopted the assumption that new pathways will not replace existing pathways. They would be just dedicated to innovative digital devices and technologies. And then we specified the scopes of the pathways. So we assumed that the CE mark was necessary, and it is provided for devices from classes 1 to A or possibly to B. This results from the way it is in other countries, and this would also include in vitro support technologies. We carried out systematic review for two areas, both clinical aspects and organizational aspects. We focused not on the financial aspect, the aspects of financing, but the organization of works applied to the Polish setting. Then we bless you. We also launched a survey among our various stakeholders, which helped us include more aspects and more perspectives. And we also performed a review of solutions in place in other countries. A report on what we did will be published on our website soon, but let me tell you that one of the solutions, which was the German solution DIGA, which was the first in Europe, on the basis of which the PECAN project was developed in France. So we present the two systems, and which was an inspiration for our works. DIGA is a solution which applies not only to digital medical devices, but also health apps which are issued on prescription. And the program applies to class 1 and 1A and 2A, 1 and 2A, and class 2B might also be included. The applicant can apply before a device is entered into the list, the applicant can apply for consultations. There is a detailed guidebook published which describes in detail the pathway. So there are two options, either a permanent entry into the list or a temporary entrance into the list of reimbursed technologies. It depends on the available data, whether the data that is available is deemed sufficient, or in the case of a temporary 12-month entry, and during that 12-month period, additional data is collected to be able to demonstrate the effectiveness. So at least one health effect needs to be demonstrated for a permanent entry. So this pathways covers both a formal assessment, an assessment carried out based on a checklist published on the website of the Institute, and an expert assessment which verifies whether the effect of the intervention was indeed positive. When it comes to that temporary financial pathway, the manufacturer is obliged to sponsor, to finance a study which collects the effects of the technology. And then negotiations are held, and such a temporarily listed technology can either be moved to a permanent reimbursement or can be refused, can be deleted from the list. The role of the agency is to carry out a full review or an interim review. EADMIT also collects the opinions of the Commissioner for Patient Rights, national consultants. There is also an expert council. EADMIT also publishes its results regularly, recommends on interim or temporary or permanent financing, and also performs prepares predefined criteria for possible reimbursement. Now, two solutions which we have designed, as you can see, they are still in a draft version. The first one encompasses the assessment and decision pathway for innovative medical devices, and we tried to design it in such a way so that it does not require a lot of changes to the existing legislation. But as you can see, some provisions are missing. The key one is to specify the list of stakeholders who can be applicants. The organizational units in the Ministry of Health would be responsible for verifying the submitted applications, and they would assess which applications potentially apply to innovative technologies. And once a year, such innovative or possibly innovative applications would be sent to EADMIT, and there is dedicated unit at EADMIT would create a list of innovative technologies after assessment and send it back to the Ministry of Health. So as part of the currently available financial mechanisms, but on the basis of currently applicable legal frameworks, or as part of pilot programs, which by design should be prepared based on guidelines prepared by EADMIT for pilot programs. What's important to underline in this pathway are the sources of financing, because the solution is based on on current pathways. So we assume that these are funds from the National Health Fund for the currently available mechanisms and possible future pilot programs. A second scenario also applies to evaluating and including on the lists of new technologies. It allows for submitting 3 different types of applications. Consultations like in DIGA, because this model is based on the German model. The 3 types of applications are a permanent entry, a pilot program, and evaluation in real-world conditions, so during clinical practice. When it comes to permanent financing, this pathway does not require continued collection of data, but it is the applicant who chooses which of the 3 ways they want to apply for. Because the Ministry of Health carries out the formal check, and then EADMIT performs the expert and content check. In the case of a pilot program, this solution would require proven safety and effectiveness of the technologies. So it's intended for interventions which are an element of a more complex process, or it is a situation where implementing into the system requires additional information to later be able to specify the conditions of use, and a third situation where it is necessary to evaluate the costs after such a solution has been rolled out in full scale. And pathway 3 as part of the second scenario is when we have confirmed safety and effectiveness, but the quality of evidence is insufficient, so we need to be able to collect additional pharmacoeconomic data, which would help us take a final decision. The source of financing of such technologies would be as part of the medical fund. But for this pathway, we try to answer and address the expectations of the Minister of Health. The largest need here is for digital health technologies. So the works that we have performed so far, I have just presented to you, but what lies ahead after this project has been concluded is to determine specific criteria for the Ministry of Health so that they know which applications should be included into that pathway. So those technologies which are of most interest to the Ministry of Health, and then carrying out HTA for those selected products and continued monitoring of the effects of implementing this pathway. If you have any remarks to that pathway, I welcome a discussion, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. A big thank you to the Polish HTA agency for presenting these innovative HTAs. I haven't heard the definition of innovation yet, but I'm waiting for it. We even had a meeting on Monday on this. It's a lengthy and difficult process. We have to define something anew, despite the fact that we have examples from other countries. Speaking of other countries, I would like to introduce the next presentation. Rosella Di Bidino is with us online, assessing digital health and AI, charting HTA's course for value and impact. I would like Rosella to give us an overview of what is happening in Europe, give us an overview of European experiences, and perhaps some conclusions on the difficult areas. Rosella, the stage is yours.
Thanks a lot. I hope that you can hear me. I apologize that I cannot be with you today. As anticipated, my presentation aims to provide you an European perspective on the assessment of digital health and artificial intelligence. When we conduct HTA, we all know that we start from a clinical need, and we try to reply to this need through technologies. We are able to evaluate the technologies if we have evidence. We cannot do any kind of assessment with no good data. And our assessment is going to impact on the decision-making processes, including the decision to monitor a technology that has been reused. This is the general approach that HTA follows. Let's see what it means when we deal with AI and digital health. In this slide, you can see 5 studies published from 2021 to the current year that investigate the kind of evidence that is collected when an AI-based technology is adopted in clinical practice. The scenario is improving, but I'll show you why I add the but. In 2021, it emerged that in very few cases, the AI technologies was assessed. While in 2022 and 2024, it emerged that some kind of randomized controlled trials are conducted. Even if these trials tend to be limited to specific clinical areas as gastrointestinal diseases and are conducted just in few countries, mainly US and China. In 2023, my institution, ALTEMS, the Graduate School of Health Economics and Management, conduct and scoping a meta review with IFBA, the International Federation of Biomedical Engineers. The scope of our work was to see if the data that is collected is useful for HTA. And the scenario was surprising, at least for me, because it emerged that attention is paid not only to clinical outcomes, but also to outcomes related to, for instance, organizational aspects. Indeed, it's quite common that when a study is conducted, data is collected also for the number of hospitalizations, their length of stay, and so on. Despite that, the comparative approach is more or less accepted. The right comparator was present in the 30% of the study, and the right comparator was the current clinical practice, while only in 20% of the study, non-comparison was performed. But now move to the current scenario, to the study that was published in the May of the 2025. This study focused on the US scenario, and it showed, first of all, that AI technologies are quite commonly adopted in hospital, but it also showed that not enough attention is paid to assess them. Indeed, only 61% of the US hospitals evaluate local accuracy of the AI model. The other 39% of the study hospital completely trust on the theoretical accuracy declared by developers. And then only 44% of the hospital investigate any kind of bias that can be associated with the adoption of the AI technologies within their patient population. Anyway, there is an increasing awareness of the need to evaluate AI along all its life cycle. Here you can find an international guidelines for transporting and deployable artificial intelligence that provide you indication on which data should be collected in the design, development, evaluation, and deployment phase. This kind of guidelines is very useful not only for us as assessors, but also for developers and manufacturers to understand which data they should plan to collect and which data will be requested to them. For instance, we have to evaluate all possible source of bias since the design phase, while real-world data should be collected in the development phase, and so on. So we have the evidence, we have to improve it, and we have anyway to adopt and life cycle approaches. And now let's move to the framework. In the HTA world, the BIP framework is the editor core, the UNITAR core model, but is applicable or not to digital health and AI. Let's see how different countries are approach the issue of the framework for digital health. I start from the NICE evidence framework, evidence standard framework for digital health technologies. It's very important because it's focused on evidence and identify criteria on the base of which different kind of evidence are requested. The complexity of the evidence increase in relation to the kind of digital health technologies, but also on the kind of the impact that the adoption of that technologies can have on the care of the patients. For instance, economic models and randomized controlled trials are for those digital technologies that help in the diagnosis, in the selection of the treatment, or in the follow-up of the patients. Another example is the framework developed in Finland for digital healthcare services. In this case, the HTA is part of the decision-making processes. The manufacturer decides if submit or not the request to have its own digital healthcare service approved. If they decide to ask for the approval, they have to submit a dossier that provide all the data that I show you soon. Then the Finland HTA agency have 7-10 weeks to analyze the dossier, integrated it with literature review results, with the inputs from HTA experts, and so on. At the end of these 10 weeks, he assigned a score to the technologies, a score that range from 0 to 10. If we have a score higher than 9, it means that the products meet in an adequate way all the assessment criteria. The total score is obtained adding all the points assigned to the 4 or 5 domains: effectiveness, safety, cost, data security, protection, and usability and acceptability. For instance, if the evidence on effectiveness is sufficient, the points assigned are 2. But if the cost is unreasonably high, the points assigned are -4. Here is the framework on the basis on which points are assigned. You can see that there are the classical domain, effectiveness, safety, and cost, but there are also some new ones, and data security, usability, interoperability, and technical stability. In addition, there are 2 domains specific for artificial intelligence and robotics. Another example of a framework, in that case for artificial intelligence, is the Mass AI. I want to show it to you because it divided the HTA domain, distinguished them from early HTA and a full HTA. First of all, 4 domains must be assessed before to decide to move to a full HTA. These domains are the health problem, technology, legal aspect, but also ethical implication. Or only one, all these domains are assessed and are proved to be rich, it's possible to assess the other 5 domains: the safety, clinical aspect, economical and organizational implication, and patient aspect. Another example, again, of the framework for artificial intelligence is represented by AI Mind. AI Mind is an EU-funded project that was launched in 2021. It aims to develop two AI algorithms that I'll show you soon. It's a quite interesting initiative because it's a EU consortium composed by 15 partners coming from 8 European countries. It is a multi-stakeholder consortium where there are developers, manufacturers, industries, and also HTA experts, because the idea was to develop the algorithm and assessing them along all their life cycle. These algorithms aims to respond to a quite significant clinical issue, that is dementia. At the moment, we have in Europe 10 million people with dementia, and this number is expected to double in the next 20 years. The algorithms aims to help the clinician in predict the risk of the specific patient to develop dementia. This assessment is conducted in the moment in which the diagnosis of mild chronic is reached. And these algorithms use the data that is collected during that kind of analysis. So it's based on inputs coming from electroencephalography, from genetic and blood tests, and from cognitive tests. In this study, we, as Artemis, elaborate an HTA framework through a Delphi survey. In this framework, we included also topics that are not included in the core model. And it emerged that 2 of the 10 most important topics are new, and these are accuracy of the AI model and bias in data. Here you can see the only 20 additional topics that we propose, and as you can see, 14 out of the 20 emerge to be important. At least 70% of our respondents consider them as to assess for all kind of AI-based technologies. So the core model for AI is not sufficient. It needs adaptation and integration. Here, another EU-funded project that started 2 years ago, EDITA. The acronym EDITA stands for a European Digital Health Technology Assessment Framework co-created by all stakeholders. The aim is to provide an HTA framework that is applicable to different kinds of digital health technologies and at different technical readiness level and to different perspectives, payers, society, and hospitals. In these first 2 years, we are conducted under the guidance of the Catholic University in Rome, a draft framework involving stakeholders, reviewing policy and literature. Now we are in the phase of pilot this framework, and in the next 2 years we'll also develop a digital platform in which this framework will be accessible, in which you will find also a toolkit that guide you in when you have to answer to all the different topics. The pilot is crucial because we want to test in real life if the framework is complete, appropriate, and adoptable in real life. In the previous presentation, you already heard about the DIGA. I want to show you only because it is peculiar, because HTA is part of the decision-making process, and real-world data, the value of real-world data is recognized for the final decisions. The DIGA in the 2020 gave to the manufacturer complete freedom in decide the price in the during the 1 year where a temporary approval is recognized. But since 2022, some limitations to the price were identified. Maximum price were identified for each clinical area and also in relation to the number of users. And the number of users could guide also the final negotiation of the price. Here is the overall pictures dated 2 years ago. We have some leaders in the assessment of digital health technology. They are Germany, France, and also Belgium. Belgium has a specific system only for mobile applications. Then we have the fast followers. Here the authors were quite optimistic because I see Italy in the fast followers. We are still quite late. And then we have the countries that accept just the certification. But I want to stress this point, is a rapidly changing scenario. You know that we are an EU-based HTA regulation. What says that the regulation as far as regards digital health and AI? Nothing. In the regulation, you cannot find the word digital health. We know that anyway, something is moving at EU level. The group of people that is going to apply the regulation created a working group that is voluntary, and they are discussing digital health is special compared to the traditional devices or not. Before to conclude, I want to stress you another thing related to the evolution of this kind of technologies. I talked before of AI, but now we are facing also generative AI. The European Commission is quite interested in this kind of technologies. If you consider that in September there was the deadline to submit proposal on generative AI, where on the use of multimodal data for generative AI. In that specific case, the European Commission was interested in exploiting all the data that is collected in order to generate virtual assistants that can be integrated in the traditional pathways. So we have to take the pace of the evolution. In the conclusion, the scenario is complex, it's evolving, but us as assessor must take its pace and must adopt a proactive approach. But also we have to reach a consensus. I show you different frameworks that are similar but at the same time different. We need to have a unified vision in order also to better guide developers and manufacturers. And to do that, we needed to collaborate with stakeholders, with developers, and with all the stakeholders involved in the development of digital health. And we have to break the silence on digital health and European level, and if still there is silence at national level. Thank you very much for your attention.
Roselle, bardzo dziękuję. Thank you, Roselle, for connection with us. If you can stay with us, maybe will be some discussion, but it's very tight time. Thank you, Roselle, again. Chciałabym zaprosić, proszę Państwa, w programie jest Agnieszka Ewa Warmiecka.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Madam Warmińska to step in for the speaker we had in the program. We will now be talking about hope. Madam Warmińska, for you.
Można prosić prezentację?
Dzień dobry Państwu, nazywam się Ewa Warmińska.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ewa Warmińska, and I represent Technomed, which is an organization which brings together entities related to medical devices, both manufacturers but also, for example, distributors. I am here in place of Agnieszka Wiśniewska. I would like to start by telling you that a lot of the parts that are on my slide have already been referred to by the previous speaker, so I will allow myself to maybe modify a little bit what is on the presentation so that we can present the role and the significance of manufacturers and the challenges that they meet. You've already had the chance to see how the system looks like, and it seems to me that we all can agree that it is a very complex system. And how does it look from the perspective of the manufacturers? They are focused on what they do. They want to create the solutions that are needed in the system, that are needed by the patients, which address unmet needs. Because this is what fuels their business activity. This is what they are best at. But once they have developed a technology, the question is asked, what next? Then we look at what we have in front of us. There are different pathways. They are rather overlapping sometimes. It's difficult to choose which one. We are being asked as an organization which has contacts with the public side. They ask us, what are our chances of getting reimbursement? And we say, it's hard to say. No priorities of the government are being clearly specified. They don't specify which aspects are of key importance to them, which areas can get more funding. There are no instructions on how effects should be presented, for example, the burdening of doctors. We have to keep in mind that medical devices are not like drugs. With drug technologies, we have clear pathways. Manufacturers know what they can expect. With medical devices, it's a completely different story. It's more dispersed. It's not like we have 3 or more acts of law. There are many more. There are many entities which are responsible for this area. There's no one authority, one decision maker. So I have to go from one entity to another and inquire. Let's think about the rare diseases. We also have a program for rare diseases. Do rare diseases not include also medical devices? Obviously they do, but how often do you think that the Rare Disease Act, Rare Disease Policy mentions medical devices? Once, and I imagine it is by mistake. Why? Because this is a very difficult area, and while no one will question that the greatest innovativeness is observed with medical devices, not with drugs, because this is where we observe the greatest technological increases, where we have solutions that are breakthrough, for example, thanks to AI, and still there are so many challenges. Now we are talking about challenges regarding including technologies in the guaranteed benefits package, but please note that the challenges faced by manufacturers are not just being covered by reimbursement, but also other steps that are on the way. There's the AI Act, there's the data protection issue. There's the question of collecting data, which can be then analyzed by the agency so that the benefits can be demonstrated. Very often the solutions that are being talked about by manufacturers, a lot of people, very often people won't question that it's effective, but effectiveness can be demonstrated over a longer period of time. So we can see how the system was burdened after a longer period of time, for example, 5 years. And very often the assessment of outmeet or NHF is in a shorter perspective. And then we hear there is no money. So the question is, where is the money and how should the data be presented by manufacturers so that they know how they can prepare themselves for the for talks with the government side. Let me go through this presentation, but like I said, it is quite overlapping with what was said by the representative of the agency. What factors impact the need for change and why are we actually talking about it? Why did the agency prepare that report? Why am I talking about this to you? Why am I talking to you about the problems of manufacturers? It's because we, as a country, as Poland, as patients, current patients or future patients, need those solutions. Our society is aging. We have a health personnel shortage, and without those solutions, now we are talking about long waiting times. When we are senior citizens, the problem will be greater. So those solutions are crucial. But when we say we need them, what does it mean we need them? So what should manufacturers do? They say, I have a great solution. It can really help patients in more comfort, in greater comfort, in a quicker return to work. But we didn't know whom to approach. So our postulate is that there should be a team in place which would coordinate all the units in the Ministry of Health and brings together all the aspects related to non-drug technologies. That would allow us to set out priorities, because we keep talking about pathways, but let's imagine a situation where we have this applicant. So I can submit an application. It's hard to imagine that the Ministry of Health would agree on an administrative procedure like in the case of drugs, and that we can also appeal against decisions, set out periods like the 180 days, which applies to drug technologies. Please point that when the Act on Reimbursement was entering into force, 20 additional employees were to be employed. The Economic Commission was also introduced. And now what we hear is that there is no consent to employ more people in the ministry. So practically speaking, we know that this won't fly, this won't work for the medical devices. So what needs to be done for it to work? Organizations like ours try to approach them and say, what are your priorities? We will present those areas which you are interested in. You don't want too expensive technologies? Okay, we'll present you with the cost-effective ones. And then we present them with options and nothing happens. Years pass. Do you know how long it takes for an innovation to be financed? It's 8 years. And when it's as much as 8 years, manufacturers are actually quite glad. It could be longer. No one really knows whether reimbursement will be there, because there are no incentive mechanisms from the government side for those processes to move forward. As it was mentioned by Kierownik Kędzior, the question is there, but the question is how we should achieve our goals. As was already mentioned by the predecessor, there should be other stakeholders included in the process, like scientific societies, where a team could be appointed to assess the possible needs of introducing a given solution, whether a solution would provide a benefit, but also determine the urgency of introducing a given technology. The agency has a lot of projects to assess. If we were to swamp them with 200 applications, that would take them years to process. After a few years, an innovation stops being innovative. We have to keep in mind that manufacturers are really flexible. They listen to what the government says and to what is expected of them, and they really try to provide the government with the solutions that they want. But the worst thing that they get from the government side is silence, lack of feedback. They don't know what their chances for reimbursement are. It's quite sad that things that are introduced in other countries are not introduced in Poland. And it's not a question of just financing, because the National Health Fund could say, well, okay, but this cannot be too expensive. We're not even talking about the most cost-generating technologies and whether we should talk about the most cost-generating technologies. It's about introducing changes. We know that it's difficult to introduce changes. We're talking about hospitals, where it takes longer for a change to be implemented. It takes more there to understand change. But there are some mechanisms, like financial mechanisms, which can incentivize them to introduce new solutions. So the tools are there to introduce such solutions. I won't be discussing financing itself. As already mentioned by the previous speaker, there are various models in place which would allow for financing technologies and collecting data to determine whether the solution is cost-effective and its reimbursement should be continued as part of pilot programs or some additional funds. Maybe the Agency for Medical Research should be involved in the assessments to collect data confirming what the manufacturer claimed. Very often, because these are innovations, the data which the manufacturers have at hand are not sufficient for the agency so that they can confirm indeed your claim is valid. That's a rare situation. I imagine that the previous speaker would agree with me. So we should consider whether it wouldn't be worth engaging the government side in assessing those technologies. And now we've moved to the definition of innovativeness. What is an innovation? Innovativeness. Does anyone actually know? If we were to write, each of us, our own definition of innovativeness, everyone would provide a different definition. I think that way. Manufacturers expect clear information about what the priorities are. And innovations can be defined any given way. Maybe non-reimbursed breakthrough technologies, new solutions which increase the quality of life, maybe just digital solutions, whichever definition we adopt, once we choose it, there will be a response from the other side. As of today, there are no priorities, there are no definitions, and there are no new solutions. We don't see the strategy. Because what we said about the new digital technologies, I wouldn't say it's a new pathway. It was supposed to be a rapid and predictable pathway. If someone invests in new solutions, is searching for new solutions and tries to implement them, a predictable situation is of key importance. No one will invest funds without a shred of certainty. And with Poland, not the time is the worst thing, but the lack of certainty. Even with great data, I cannot be sure of when and if I can be reimbursed by the National Health Fund. And why don't I know it? Because of what's presented in bullet point 2, because there are no predetermined modes, deadlines of the for the applications and processing of the application. Well, you can think, well, there's the Ministry of Health. but there are 5 or 6 different departments in the Ministry of Health which deal with medical devices, and they do not cooperate with one another, and everyone is swamped with work. So, as a result, it is a very complex aspect, not just organizationally, but most of all organizationally. You know very well that medical devices are everywhere and that they are necessary in our lives, and they should be developed as well as possible. I will just point to some basic barriers. The primary one is the lack of administrative and organizational order and preparation. The second problem is financing, but if we don't fix the organizational issues, financing won't do any good. We also have a problem with the question of good data. How can we collect good data? In drug programs, we do collect them. For medical devices, this data is much more limited. Often the patient gets lost in the system, and we are not able to check the actual effectiveness and usage and the costs per specific solutions. So we should consider how we can answer these challenges. The agency has already taken the first step to go towards these expectations. I'm really happy that the Ministry of Health was also involved in those works. What was presented in the slides of the previous speaker, we saw several departments which took part in the negotiations, so fingers crossed that they find a consensus. Any proposed solution will be better than what we have today, because we as manufacturers have great solutions and we can impact the health of patients with available, that can be done with the available funds held by the National Health Fund, but often we cannot get through with our solutions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have one presentation to go to finish off this session. We have 10 minutes. I'd like to ask you for another 10 minutes because we started late. I have a 10-minute presentation and I'll try to be as fast as possible to make it within our time limit, but I don't think we'll have time for the discussion. If I could ask for my presentation to be pulled up. I want to broaden our scope, not just medical devices, but also non-drug technologies. Medical devices are elements of different pathways, different interventions, etc. When we're looking at system effectiveness, we're not looking through the lens of single technologies. Of course, technologies, we need to address their safety, their effectiveness, the adequacy of different processes. Medical devices can support all of this. That is undeniable. However, the world is becoming more complex. Technology assessment is only one part of it. I wanted to show you something which is emerging thanks to data-driven systems and the fact that we have tools for gathering data. I want to give you two examples of two approaches. They're drug-based to a certain extent. It's easier in the area of drugs, simply. That's why I chose these examples. We have adaptive pathways, adaptive HTA. I'm sure you're aware of this. It helps you adapt to the needs concerning with medical device processes. When we have high certainty and not much time, we should perform a rapid review and introduce evidence. If we have urgency, then we can do a rapid review too. Looking that most countries are using adaptive HTA. Even in Poland, the minister comes in to the agency and asks for a recommendation within 2 months. So That's when we need adaptive HTA. Well, normally you'd need a year for more complex technology. We have different requirements, different scopes of data, but the systematic review is always the foundation. Are we responding to all the problems we're addressing? Rapid review, fast track, okay, but does it give us a full answer? Are we aware of the questions we're answering? I think it depends on the analysts and the complexity of the system. In Poland, well, it varies. Is the assessment location in care only HTA dependent? Well, sometimes what comes first are the guidelines or HTA. Sometimes the procedures take more time. In some cases, we introduce single technologies. In other cases, we need to look at the broader context. Is availability assessment of new devices a change to the paradigm of well-known diagnostic pathways, and should it be connected with changes to financing? It would seem logic that if we have the results of tests and we need a certain technology to treat a patient, then it should be funded. But we have to look at how new technologies are impacting physicians. For example, we had the example of dermatologists yesterday. So we have to assess impact, and it's not easy. So I'm asking myself, perhaps we should have two systems, a rapid review, a fast review, irrespective of how you define it. Is it 30 days or 1 year? And we have to analyze patient pathways. We're analyzing technologies, but we have no idea where they should go in the system. We may be not aware of all the changes in patient pathways. I work with rheumatologists. One hospital has designed or is introducing a capillary change application and is to diagnose the Raynaud syndrome. They already have the technology. They've tested it. They have the data. But is that application visible? No one knows it exists. So some tools are medical devices which are CE certified, and we have devices which are predictive models without the CE mark. And here, new challenges emerge for us about what we're actually using in clinical practice. That's why I want to show you an example of pathway analysis. This is recent data from December 2023 with the Silesian Center for Oncology, Pulmonology and Hematology. This long process should help us monitor technology access pathways. Base HTA could help, registers could help us with quality. That's a separate area for discussion. We analyzed 806 patients between 22 and 36 years of age. What was important, we assessed which devices, which products were used. We looked at survival, we looked at costs, we looked at what was happening in patient pathways. You can see how oncological care stages were evaluated, so the key segments of patient care. So one thing is whether it's compliant with guidelines, and another was to find out which technologies were actually being used. And that's a quick example for you. Depending on the starting point of a given patient, we had different pathways. Those which started with a PET scan have these stages you see on the left. Some patients had a different starting point. They already went through some diagnosis before, and they started off with the PET. Their initial diagnosis was only verified by the PET scan. And we see that some medical services are being overused. We have this pyramid, we have the number of deaths. This can be analyzed in terms of how fast they were diagnosed, the first medical consultation, and the treatment after the first consilium. In most cases, that's surgery. At that point, we should finish off the therapy and assess what happened in the patient pathway. You may say these are very hefty costs. Yes, but we can always look at the details. What biopsy, which surgical methods, which medical devices, whether any health applications were used. And I broke it down into stages of the patient pathways, and I've given you the times in days. How long a patient waited for an element of treatment and how long it took to complete treatment. And you can see 806 patients starting from the first diagnosis and survival rates as well. We should aim for access to data on each patient pathway stage. In HTA, we should be looking at this. Perhaps I want to replace the PET scan with something or introduce a bronchoscopy. Of course, this is oncology. It's an example for you. We could also use registers in different cases. We have real times. It took us more than 5 months to clean the data. We have survival depending on a progression stage. Now, these data are being analyzed. We are preparing a publication. Cooperation with Inpharma here. They provided us with analytical support. Let's look at a different example, bladder cancer. And this is a different approach I want to show you. This is an approach to procedures. And this is an example on an approach based on data. We have different options for our patients and different pathways that a patient can take. Everything depends on the drug which is introduced as the first treatment, the first line, the second and third line drugs. Let's say our patient takes the first line, but is that the right choice? Perhaps we should choose a different setup for this patient. I don't want to go into detail. I'm just giving you an overview of the treatment pathways. Pathway number 1, enfortumab, then nivolumab, sorry. And I don't want to go into details here. We have a different pathway, enfortumab, nivolumab, and then chemo. Depending on the effect of the first line treatment, we can look at the second line. That's how this model has been designed. This data is too recent. It's not real-world evidence. We can aggregate the data on the first, second, and third line. And now the results of that aggregation. I know that's a lot of data, but look at the blue verse. The first lean generates a leak to PFS, and you can see the numerical data in the table. Now that we compare these lines, we can see that the first one is most effective. But a question emerges: where is the biggest benefit for the patient? In more complex technologies, in class 3 or 2B even, we have options for rearranging the treatment pattern. This is an example that we calculated based on Polish data, taking into account calls, and we can see that the differences in quality are even 0.6, depending on the prognosis on the treatment options we have. Summing up the most important differences, the median PFS is even 10 months if we look at different treatment pathways. So the method is about analyzing the system, improving data gathering methods, identifying what we actually have in patient pathways. We have the tools, we don't have the data. They're available in different places, but we're not analyzing them. This can be simulated a priori before submitting an HTA application. We know that the clinical effectiveness analysis takes into account RCTs, but whether it takes into account the broader scope, we don't know that. I don't have any answers for you. It's rather food for thought. I said it takes 4 to 5 months to calculate. You also have to clean the data, you have to prepare the protocol. I'm encouraging you to look deeper, to delve deeper into patient pathways, into what we have at hand in the system and what we're not analyzing. Sometimes we have opinions based on data, sometimes not. I encourage you to take all the data into account. Thank you. The next session will be on EHDS, and we will be discussing whether we can take it to the next
Witam Państwa na kolejnej sesji.
Hello and welcome to the next session. It's about the European health data space. We will have a discussion after the presentation, so we'll probably end at 1:15. But first, three presentations that will introduce the topic of the European health data space. We have representatives from Poland and abroad. Marta Musiadłowska is Polish, but she works abroad. She will tell a bit more about her job. We also have Ania Burman with us. She will present a new perspective on the future of this data space, and Francois Meyer, who will present an HTA perspective on HDHS and the future impact. And then we will move on to the discussion part. I'm giving the floor to Marta.
I wanted to say that I will speak in English, although I'm Polish, but hope you're ready for this. My name is Marta Musiadłowska, and that's true. I work now in Kraków and in the university at Center for IT and IP Law, where I'm working on the Data Spaces Support Center project. But prior to that, I was part of the European Commission, DG Sante, where I worked in the digital health team and specifically on the European Health Data Space regulation. So I know that I just have 20 minutes to tell you all about the regulation, so I hope I will manage to do that. So without further ado, let's start. I wanted to first talk about a little bit of the policy and regulatory context. Very shortly about the primary use, more about secondary use because it's more revolutionary and it's newer and it's different and it's scary, and I know it's quite not very well known among everyone. And then to also explain the roles of different actors that participate in the secondary use of electronic health data. And if there is still time, I will also like to talk about the EU and member states' competences in implementation is on the side of member states, but what can member states still do and decide on their own? So European Health Data Space didn't come to existence in vain as such, because it's part of a broader ecosystem of so-called common European data spaces that already were announced in 2020 by European Strategy for Data, and they are core for the single market for data. It's very difficult sometimes to explain because a lot of people think that they are that you can store data in data spaces, which is not true. They are interoperable frameworks that allow for trusted data transactions between participants. I very often like to compare it to a set of roads that can help you to go from one place to another, to transport different things, to just travel sometimes, really, with specific rules, with specific, traffic lights, etc. So that it's not about storing, it's about interoperable frameworks in infrastructure to really share the data so that everyone knows what are the rules. And there currently, I feel like the other sectors are not very well known, but there's like 14 different sectors in which the data spaces are being developed right now, such as agriculture, mobility, energy, cultural heritage, tourism, all of them. They will be all interconnected technically, especially the ones relevant for health, which I will maybe talk about later. There are also, such as environmental and agricultural one, for insights impacting on health. They will also be connected to a European Health Data Space. But the EHDS, because that's the way I will talk about it, European Health Data Space is a very long name to all the time repeat. The EHDS is a very specific one because it's the only one for now that has been regulatory based. There is another one, there is a plan for financial data space that will be also, but it's just a proposal for now. The HDS is already a regulation, it's been adopted, it's published, it's been, after 3 years, I think, from the publication, the proposal was in 2022, and it was adopted early this year. The reason behind the regulatory-based infrastructure is because of the the sensitivity of the data, because of course it's personal electronic health data, the most sensitive of all the types of personal data, and because of the importance for basically all the economies in Europe. There has to be a public sector involved. There has to be some sort of bigger and stronger safeguards for that, and that's why it's regulatory based. There are 3 pillars that are important, but I will just talk today about 2 main pillars, which is primary use, which is basically data sharing in the provision of healthcare, so in the relationship between patient and doctor in a very broad, in a very simple terms. And the second one, which I said at the beginning, it's more revolutionary, it's the secondary use framework for purposes other than provision of healthcare, such as policy making, education, scientific research, and everything that it's not provision of healthcare as such. I will talk about purposes later on. What's very important, and many people always ask about it, is whether this mechanism will replace the other existing mechanism. The answer is no. The other mechanism will still be existing, the contractual or administrative arrangements between different entities, between public sector bodies and private entities. But the big question is, and that's something that I don't know, maybe the Commission also maybe don't know, I don't know if they explain that, whether it's about already existing mechanism that already are there in place, or for example, after the implementation of specific parts of the EHDS, the mechanism can also be introduced at a later level between, for example, 2 private companies. That's something that I simply don't know, that the purpose was to harmonize the approaches among member states. I have too many things holding in my head, so okay. So the primary use, as I said, it's something that you might know about because there has been already cross-border healthcare directive since 2011 that started kind of the cross-border patients' rights. And here we talk about the extension of what the cross-border healthcare directive implemented and started. So the extension of the My Health at EU infrastructure, where before it was voluntary for member states to join. It was about cross-border sharing of patient summaries and e-prescriptions and e-dispensations. Now all member states have that too, but now I think in 2 or 3 years, I don't remember exactly, all member states will have to provide the 6 categories. I think I have it on this slide. So it will be patient summaries, e-prescriptions, e-dispensations, but also medical imaging studies and related imaging reports, as well as medical test results, etc. So this will be obligatory for all member states to provide in electronic health record exchange format. And this will be also for the cross-border healthcare for patients. And this is one kind of pillar, the cross-border pillar. What's important is that also member states might extend it, but this is like the core. They have to do it in an electronic format. But what's also interesting is that this part builds upon the GDPR, so it doesn't replace the rights that natural persons have towards their data from the GDPR, but it only extends them, it kind of enhances them. So I don't want to go too deep into this part because I think for our topic today it's not so relevant, but just to give a context. And now a very scary slide about the secondary use infrastructure. As I said, the secondary use, it's about anything that is different from provision of healthcare. So. As I said, the purposes I will introduce later on the slide. Here, I just wanted to show you, comparing to the primary use, there was just 6 categories. Here we have all of the different types of categories that will be available for the secondary use of electronic health data. Very different types of data. Some of them are connected to the primary use, such as electronic health data from electronic health records systems, but some of them are completely new, and I think it hasn't been on such a scale that they were available for, I don't know, for research, for example, such as data on factors impacting on health, which are basically data on behavioral factors impacting on health, which is very, very broad, and we don't know for sure what kind of data falls under this category. Also, my personal favorite and very interesting is the data from wellness applications. Still, what which exactly, whether it will be only metadata or maybe, I guess it will be data from Fitbits or like applications that tell you about your health to also be included, because it tells a lot about one's healthcare. And then also very commercially sensitive data, such as data from clinical trials, for example. A lot of people are very upset about this aspect. And then health data from biobanks and associated databases. So really the question is how it will be done. I will tell you later who is responsible for sharing all of this data, but as you can see, they have very different sensitivity, also commercial sensitivity, as well as data protection sensitivity, as well as different style, they tell about different aspects of healthcare. So it's really variety of categories. Now, but who will have to share this data? This is the difficult and the most controversial part. It's going to be health data holders. There is a very broad definition of who actually falls under the health data holder, under the EHDS. Basically, it's about natural or legal persons, public authorities or agencies or entities who are in the healthcare or healthcare or care sector. What does it mean to be in the healthcare or care? The word "in" is very important here. They give only the open catalog, they give some examples, such as, for example, reimbursement services when necessary, the developers of products or services, developers of wellness applications. I think hospitals are not mentioned, but of course they are in healthcare sector, so it's quite obvious. And something very interesting as well is the organizations performing research in relation to healthcare. So the question is whether it will have to be purely healthcare organization, like the research organization, or for example, when you have a project that somehow concerns healthcare, whether it will also be obliged to share the data. And then the other aspect, it's very GDPR based, so I don't know if that's important to also share, but you have to have a specific relationship towards this data. You have to have the right or obligation to process this data to also to meet this, the definition. And now the most important aspect is, okay, what do you actually have to do? So they have to first provide datasets descriptions to the health data access bodies. They have to, when there is a request from the health data access body, they will have to make the data available in accordance to the data permit. Don't worry, I will explain everything on an example like in a minute from now, so you will understand better. They have to estimate the costs of compiling and preparing the electronic health data, and they will get part of the fee. So basically they don't have anything to say. There is a small, they might say that they don't want to share the data if there is intellectual property or trade secrets involved, but this I will maybe talk about later during the panel. Okay, so there's a lot of going on everywhere all around, so it's hard to focus. Now I lost where I was. So basically, they're, in my opinion, maybe we can discuss it later, they're in the worst position somehow because they just don't have, they just will have to share the data. Now I see there is already next slide about the health data user, which is basically the entity that obtains a data permit. So it can be anyone. It can be researchers, SMEs, it can be different companies. There is no requirement as whether it has to be public authority, public sector, it can be private. They just have to apply for the data, and if they obtain the data permit, they become health data users. But it's not so easy sometimes to meet all the requirements. You already have to provide that you have a necessary expertise to process the data, that you have relevant safeguards in place. So money-wise, it might be difficult for some of the organizations to actually meet that. So there are some like restrictions, but it's not directly written. Constraints, exactly, thank you, in the regulation. But there will be possibly, if member states decide, there will be some reduction fees for researchers and SMEs. And the next one, which is the most important one, which I already mentioned, is the health data access bodies. Because of the fact that there is a member states competence in healthcare, there is no actual definition of what is a health data access body. There is only a list of tasks which kind of tells you what is this body, but it will be for member states to decide how many of them they want, how do they want to divide the tasks between them. This will be to do by them, but the most important is that they have to be public sector bodies. It cannot be private sector, it has to be public. And they have many, many different types of tasks. I only listed the most important ones here, which are the assessing data access applications, issuing data permits, taking measures to preserve IP and trade secrets, controlling the processing that happens in the secure processing environments, imposing fines, maintaining public information system, cooperating with the union. So as you can see, there is much more. But the big question is whether they will be already, they will have enough expertise to do all of this. I guess that maybe in bigger countries they will divide that there will be a couple of them and they will be more specialized towards, for example, specific purposes or specific types of data, because it's simply sometimes not possible to have all of that expertise in-house. And finally, the most interesting actor that it's not so much discussed in the context of secondary use, but in my opinion, it's the key pillar of the secondary use. It's the natural persons. In the proposal phase, there was no right in the secondary use for them. Now it's the opt-out, which is mandatory for all member states to include. They can opt out from the system, so they might decide that they don't want their data to be part for the secondary use for research for different purposes. The thing is that in the regulation right now, it's only described as mechanism. So probably member states will be able to decide how granular the decision might be. So for example, whether you will be able to opt out from specific purpose, or for example, whether you would be able to opt out from specific types of data, that you don't want this type of data to be available for research or for training algorithms. That's also a possibility. There might be also interesting overriding mechanisms if member states decide that, for example, they don't count opt-out, they don't see opt-out if, for example, it's public interest related purpose. So that's also something that might happen, but again, this will be for member states to decide. Now, another scary slide about how it actually all works. So I will try to explain this on a case study. Let's imagine that I'm a researcher from Belgium who seeks access to data from all Flemish hospitals of patients who suffer from insomnia, because I'm conducting research project on sleep patterns, for example. So first I have to go through all the datasets descriptions that are published in National Dataset Catalog that were provided, as I said before, by health data holders. And based on these descriptions, I can decide which datasets are most relevant for my research. Then I have to prepare, based on that, the data access application in which I will describe the purpose, so the research that I'm doing, my identity, my explanation of my expertise, why do I want to do this research, what is the benefit in relation to the use of electronic health data, whether I want it in pseudonymized or anonymized format. From the default, it's anonymized, but it has to be well explained if I want pseudonymized. The safeguards, the risks that are involved, and what kind of computing resources do I want in this secure processing environment. Then it goes to relevant health data access body. If there is time, I can explain what does it mean to have a relevant health data access body, but let's see. And then this health data access body assesses the application, takes into account whether I have this relevant expertise, etc. And they decide to issue or not to issue this data permit, in which they describe, okay, this is the purpose. For this, you will have the access to data for this time period. This will be your available tools in the secure processing environment, and some of the other requirements that are important in that case. And then they go back to health data holders. They say, hello, hospitals from Belgium, you all have to give me this data sets. So they have to provide the data sets to secure processing environment. And then the whole processing starts based on the permit. I have also certain restrictions. I cannot, for example, try to re-identify people because it might be subject to fines. And then I do all the processing for my research. And then once this is done, I can also always ask for a prolonging period of this processing. But if it's done, then it's done, and you have to publish the research results and outputs so that it's publicly available what you actually have done, what was the purpose. And that's basically it. That's the entire process. Now, the purposes, as I said, there are permitted and prohibited purposes. All the ones that you see on the left side, they are only reserved for public sector bodies, but the most interesting is the scientific research, because in the regulation, they write that it has to be understood in a broad sense, but then the question is, what will be the actual relation of, for example, training algorithms to the scientific research, especially when it comes to private companies. Like, how do they prove that this is still scientific research based when they want to develop specific AI systems, for example. And the prohibited ones, it's quite similar, I think, to, especially the first two for the AI Act, for the prohibited AI systems. Interestingly, all the advertising and marketing activities are now prohibited. And for example, you cannot seek access to, I don't know, develop new types of alcohol or tobacco. All the harm products are not allowed. And then here, as I said, to whom actually goes the data access application? Before, there was no restrictions, so there was a big risk of, for example, that at some point we will, people from Europe will discover that, for example, Spanish health data access bodies have more chill requirements than, for example, Polish or I don't know, any other country. But now there is a requirement that it has to go, the application has to go, for example, to where the user is based, or where one of the health data holders is based, or you can go to Union Access Services. There is a different story when you seek access to the data from different countries, but this I have on another slide, and I see that my time is running, so I don't know if there is time for this. But a very interesting entity, and the concept is the concept of trusted health data holder, which might be interesting for different types of entities to apply. If member states decide, they might create this procedure to become a trusted health data holder. You have to meet specific requirements. You have to, for example, be able to provide data for the secure processing environment. You have to have the necessary expertise to assess the data access applications, and you have to provide the necessary guarantees. But if you meet these requirements, you will be able to do some of the tasks of health data access bodies. So it's very difficult to explain this in such a short time. So if I can just have 2 more minutes to just explain this part. They have to assess the applications. They don't issue the data permits, but then they give the opinion like, okay, we think it's good to give this the data permit. It's only when it comes to their own data, and then the health data access body decides, okay, we will give the data permit, and then what's good about it is that the data will not go somewhere else. It's them who will provide the data in the secure processing environment, so the data stay with this health data holder. And what is actually even better, like why is it actually beneficial to become a trusted health data holder? And I discovered it today in the morning when I was reading again the regulation, is that they get all the fees for making data available. So if at some point in Poland, for example, we will decide that we want to have this procedure to become trusted health data holder, then to all people here who might be who might be health data holders, it's actually worthwhile to be a trusted one. I see the time is done, so I just wanted to talk about what happens when you have cross-border access, but maybe we can discuss it later. So, thank you. I hope you understood, and I hope it was well explained, and I'm happy to discover and to talk about more later. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, Marcie. Wiem, że po angielsku jest może
Thank you so much. I know it might be difficult for a poll to do a presentation in English, but you did very well. Now, if I may invite Ania Burman, who will present her experience, among others, in cooperation with Poland. And we also have Michał Biliniak, who connected. He will take part in the discussion. Now, I would like to invite you to the second presentation of this session. Ania, the floor is yours.
You can start. We don't hear you. Just a moment. You have to switch the microphone. Teraz mamy zamrożenie. Okay, mamy chwilę problem techniczny. Ania, do you hear us? Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity to also join you in this virtual space. I'm going to pick up some of the things that Marta has already introduced and going to put it into my words. So I hope that adds to understanding the whole structure which is comes us within the European health data space. So my name is Anja Burman. I'm heading a research department at the Fraunhofer Institute for Software and Systems Engineering, and thus I have a background in applied science, and we are mainly dealing with federated infrastructures, so to say, health data spaces, and my role is to translate this actually into the healthcare domain. So what Marta has already introduced is I'm going to see if this flicker is actually working. Now I see it. Okay, Marta has already nicely explained the goal with the European health data space is to create a European market for digital health services in order to enable researchers, but also solution developing companies to easier access data and to develop new and innovative solutions on the basis of this, but also to provide a data basis for better decision making, for example, with regard to health technology expectance and from the regulatory side. So we have these two cases: the primary use of data, which is going to provide free, immediate, and electronic access to health data for citizens. And then we have the secondary data use, which is actually the more exciting one, which is going to improve research and development in Europe and provide a better basis for data-driven and personalized healthcare decision-making. What we also already have seen is how this structure is going to look like on a European level. So the EHDS will also build infrastructure, but of course also governance in order to enable this. So here you see exemplarily how that structure will look like in each of the member states, with the example of Germany here. But as you count the EHDS, the other member states and their HTAPs at the top, each of the member states installs at least one central health data access body, and it can also establish decentral health data access body, which are supporting this structure. Additionally, we have these trusted data holders and secure processing environments. And I'm going to focus especially on these secure processing environments because from our point of view, this is where the role of public-private partnerships come into play in order to leverage and unlock the full potential of this structure, which is emerging here. So what Marta already has shown to you is this data access approval process. So how does that look like from a researcher perspective? We have a central access point, the health data access body, but it could also be directly a trusted data holder where a researcher or some party which has interest in using some health-related data can request data, and it then applies for accessing this data. The data is prepared, the data is provisioned, and then it can be used by the requesting party. This is already a huge step forward in data usage, but it still is a rather slow process, so to say, and it is also a one-way street, so a classic two-sided platform from our perspective, where on the one hand side we have the data sources, we have in the middle a user interface or an access point orchestrating all the functionalities, and then we have the data users on the other side. In the healthcare domain, though, we have a pretty multidisciplinary jungle of data which we want to actually connect with each other in order to enrich the knowledge base on the basis of which we can make decisions with regard to healthcare supply, healthcare structures, how we're setting up healthcare provision on a national level, for example, and stuff like that. So the magic actually arises when we're able to connect these data along the individual patient or the citizen journey, also across these sources, in order to generate fully new knowledge. And that is already possible with the envisioned European health data space structure to some extent, but it can unleash the full potential from our perspective when we're looking at these secure processing environments, which still leave some room for interpretation and also for setting up different approaches through, for example, public-private partnership. So my suggestion would be to look a little deeper into the concept of federated data processing as such. So our thinking with data space structures goes actually beyond this pretty straightforward data access request process, which I have shown you a minute before. So data spaces can actually be much more. They are opposing to what I've just presented. They can be multi-sided platforms with a participatory governance and distributed decision rights among all the participating stakeholders. And that is enabled by, for example, automation technology, which connects data sources with data users, which also enables, from a technical perspective, to formulate policies, attach policies to data in order to make sure that the data is then used according to what it has been agreed on, and stuff like that. So we have a multi-sided platform with distributed data management and sovereignty for all the participating parties, which is fully aligned with the EHDS regulation. And this is what can happen within these SPE parts that I have initially shown. And where that potentially leads to is to a fully integrated horizontal ecosystem where we are not only able to extract data from data holding organizations. In the most cases, this will be probably the service providers or also health insurances, but Marta has already discussed a little bit on this. Will also affect solution providers. Medtech companies, for example, might also be considered as data holding organizations. So they will also be obliged to make their data available within the EHDS, but not only to extract these data, but to horizontally integrate the full value chain, so to say, to enable backflow, for example, of information. How is a medication affecting a patient to the solution developing company like the pharma organization, in order to really create a basis of real world evidence, which is then available, or which is a whole new level of data being available, opposing to the current standard of, well, we are designing a clinical study, we're conducting it, and this is then the basis for decision making, also in health technology acceptance, for example. So I want to give you an example of one of these public-private partnerships, or how that can look like, which is one of our projects within which we are developing an open, agnostic federated data space, which enables exactly this connectivity, access, use, and reuse of digital health data, which is a public-private partnership to establish exactly such data space infrastructure within the EHDS framework. And we're doing this on the basis of a patient journey, because it's always good to also include the application side of things, not only address the infrastructure challenges. And and we have opted for lung cancer patient journeys or citizen journeys. Lung cancer early detection, but also diagnosis and treatment was chosen in order to demonstrate the functionalities of a scalable and value-adding data space infrastructure within this SPE regulatory development space that the EHDS regulation provides. So, and that is exactly what I mean with real-world evidence creation along the full user journey. So, first step, for example, is to model risk in order to early identify what individuals are potentially prone to developing some kind of lung cancer within their lifetime, then diagnosing this in an early stage, treating it and monitoring it after the treatment. How that is actually working, it is kind of similar to what we've seen in the data access request process. We are kind of building a bridge between data requester and data holder. And now I have struggled with switching to the next slide. It's kind of actually comparable to the process we have seen. It's building a bridge between data holder and data user, but this is not a one-way street. So we're not only extracting data from left to right, but we're also potentially sending algorithms from the data requester to the data holder in order to fully process the data on the side and not extracting it at all. So we have a kind of a privacy preserving mechanism in itself here, which is mainly built on open source and standard-based infrastructure technology, which is put together into an interoperable and scalable infrastructure, which also provides some kind of an access point, so a landing page where you need to follow some identity proving mechanisms. And then you have a process where you actually submit and send algorithms to the data and not extracting it from the sites. So this mechanism of data processing is, so to say, turned around from what the EHDS is initially thinking of, not extracting the data at first hand and then processing it, but processing it fully on the site with never actually asking for the source data to leave the environment within which it was created. And that is what we consider a fully federated, multi-sided platform, which from our point of view is fully aligned with what the EHDS is actually providing as a development space. And this, as I said before, enables a whole new level of actually real-world data accessibility and real-world evidence providence as a basis for also regulatory processes and HTA decision-making, which we have never had before. And as I also already introduced, this is actually happening, or a new depiction of how the EHDS infrastructure will look like. We have this health data access body in the middle. We have the some kind of a European infrastructure governance at the very top, and then we have different interpretations, different member states with regard to what we also see here between a data provider and data user is this secure processing environment in which such kind of federated orchestras or federated analysis communities can actually emerge. And that is where we see the relevance of public-private partnerships in order to actually leverage the full potential of the European health data space. We see a lot of interest of pharma and medtech companies in actually supporting and establishing such approaches, because it withholds the potential to speed up the whole process and to actually have a flow of information into two directions, not only into the one extraction direction, but also having information and knowledge being pushed back into the system actually. And this is the full integration that I have been talking about, that especially pharma and medtech companies for sure have a strong interest in. But I don't want us to have this kind of a negative connotation, because I think we actually need these kind of collaborations, because this is also what will support and enable the seamless integration, so to say, of data flowing across systems and providers in the background, not explaining this actually to the user and the patient, but changing the paradigm to a fully integrated patient or citizen journey with data flowing across the systems, and having this integration, so to say, in the backbone of the infrastructure, which requires paradigm changes, collaboration, and also coordination, which the EHDS will provide, but which public-private partnerships now need to leverage the full potential of. I've shown here one example of an industry which has overcome such hurdles into a seamless integration. I wanted to show the image of the of the plane again, which is the aviation industry. And let's take this as an example or a guiding star, so to say, for how patients experience healthcare provision in the future. This as an impulse from my side. Thanks so much for having me, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Anya, for your presentation. And I think that every deeper we're going, maybe you better understand it's not so easy, but when you look at that, is higher possibilities to collect data and have higher accuracy. Of course, it depends on the subject and also what kind of data we collect. But Francis, maybe you can address, as a HTA person, how you see the potential of HDS and impact of HTA.
Yes, thank you, Magda. If I may have the slides. Thank you very much. So I'm going to say a few words, not on how data can be produced, but how they can be used by HTA body on the first part. And then I will show you how multi-stakeholder dialogue can be useful and some initiatives on this field. And I should have back, okay. And should have the next slide, if it works. Okay, apparently it doesn't work. So I'm clicking. Yes. So back to the basis. When you have data provided to assess a new drug, you need, and back again, okay, you go through an evaluation process that has two steps. First one, the regulatory one, and the second one is the health technology assessment. And then the third step is the decision making by health authorities. So the first step is in Europe centralized. It's a European Marketing Authorization done by the EMA, and on the fact and concluding when the EMA concludes that there is a positive benefit-risk ratio. But EMA doesn't do any assessment of the comparative effectiveness. You know, you have a positive benefit-risk ratio, but you do not know whether this new drug is better than pre-existing ones. So the second step is health technology assessment. It's not more European. It's at a national level. And so I put Atapol in Poland, HS in France, and in Germany you have IQWiG, GBA, and so on. So every country has its own system. And the evaluation there can be some economic evaluations. Often there is an economic evaluation for assessment of efficiency, but for the clinical part, the assessment is focused on comparative effectiveness. Is the drug better than existing ones, and from how much? And this process has two phases. The first one is just to gather and analyze the available evidence without having conclusion, having any judgment on whether they are significant or relevant. And this is a very only scientific process. And then you have an appraisal process that takes into account local factor, local health policy, the priorities, the equities, whatever can be adapted to the local context. And then the appraisal conclusion is gives an advice to the decision maker on whether the drug should be reimbursed or not, and advice also on the price. So that's the HTA report, the conclusion of these phase. And then you have the third phase, that is decision making, that should appear, I guess. Okay, or not. Okay, decision making. So that's at national level, and sometimes when there is a decentralization at a regional level. So the decision maker body varies across countries. And then the point here is that to take the decision, so you will have the money from the citizen of the country given to reimburse the drug. Of course, you don't like very much to have uncertainty there. So what can we do to when we have to face uncertainty, which is of course very often the case for innovative drugs? We may have some managed entry agreements where the drug can be reimbursed on a temporary base. And then you have a commitment of the marketing authorization holder of the company to produce more data. That may be quite often observational data, and that may come from the EHTA, from registries, from whatever sources. That we call that post-launch evidence generation. So that's something to keep in mind. So now, is real-world evidence, real-world data, are they used by HTA bodies to assess comparative effectiveness? Well, not very frequently and not very easily. And I take the example of HAS. This is a communication made by my former colleagues from HAS in 2024, where they published a paper to indicate when they can accept data not coming from randomized trial. Because HTA is really the idea of HTA is to have evidence-based healthcare. So the gold standard of evidence is randomized controlled trials. And so when is it possible to accept non-randomized controlled trials, so real-world data? So in this communication, HS insisted that really to appraise the clinical added value, that is the mission of this HTA body, it is very difficult to do that from a single-arm trial because you do not have an active comparator or placebo-controlled trial. But however, there are single-arm trials. So how can we? What situation can we accept that? Again, HS insists on the importance, the fact that randomized controlled trials remain the gold standard. That allows to estimate treatment effect without having bias, because it takes into account known biases, but also unknown biases. So nothing can do as good as the randomized controlled trials in this action to eliminate bias. But so before accepting or before doing non-randomized controlled trials, they say that drug developers should consider simplified or adjusted ways to conduct randomized controlled trials. So you have some examples here, like adaptive design, platform trials, whatever. So that is the first thing to consider. But is it possible to accept a total lack of randomization? So the circumstances. And in this presentation, HS was asked, can you make a list of criteria to indicate people when it is acceptable not to have randomization? And they say that they didn't want to do that because they thought it will encourage people to overlook randomization and to jump to doing non-randomized controlled trials. So it will be assessed on a case-by-case basis, and it's up to the company, the health technology developer, to justify the lack of randomization. And this justification will be considered as acceptable or not by HS. So that's as you can see, so there is not a great enthusiasm from national HTA bodies. And now we have a European cooperation on HTA, the HTA regulation, where HTA bodies from all over European member states will produce some joint work. And there are two different sorts of joint work. On the right of the slide, you have the joint clinical assessments. So if you remember, I've made a distinction between assessment and appraisal. So it's really only the scientific part that can be shared, that can be done in a joint report. And then this joint report will be taken into consideration locally, and the appraisal, the final decision on significance and relevance of the data, and positive or negative recommendation will remain at a national level. So, but this is an important step forward to avoid unjustified differences between the conclusions of HTA bodies across Europe. They may have differences because the appraisal may be on different criteria from one country to the other. The health priorities might be different, the affordability may be different, and so on. So that's an important point to consider. The second activity on the left of the slide is joint consultation. It's early dialogues between the drug developers and HTA bodies, possibly together with the EMA, and to consider what sort of clinical data should be produced. And at that time, it is possible also to discuss what should be produced after the launch. Launch evidence generation for innovative products may be discussed here, and in this post-launch evidence generation, there may be more often non-randomized and real-world data. So the guidance on European guidance on validity of clinical studies is about the same spirit that what I showed from HGS. It's not totally impossible to produce non-randomized controlled trials for comparison, but there are a lot of limits to that. So how to move forward? There are important initiatives on real-world evidence. The first ones are programs, public-private partnerships, so that comes under the Innovative Health Initiative program. And Anna mentioned IDERA, which is a very important project and started, I think, in 2023. And then there is another one that just is starting now, started in this summer. That is a GREG consortium, also an IHI initiative with 15 public partners and 15 private partners. So the aim is to test, improve, and co-create guidance and tools for real-world evidence generation and use for decision-making Europe. So the idea here is to help so the people producing data, but also people using data to have the best possible production and use of these real-world data and real-world evidence. So this project is a 5-year project. Of course, we will not have the conclusions immediately. So in the meantime, we have some action that are possible. So who is working on real-world evidence? I will mention first two networks or two professional societies who have important activities on this field, and they are not European-based; they are worldwide. There is ISPOR, which has there was an ISPOR real-world evidence summit. There is every year, and the last one was something like 3 weeks ago in Tokyo, Japan, and which has a lot of topics in each of its congresses and a lot of activities on this field. And you have also the professional society HTA, Health Technology Assessment International, that has a dedicated interest group on real-world evidence and artificial intelligence. So you can, if you're interested, look at the website of ISPOR and the website of HTA to know more about that. And the last initiative I would like to describe a bit more in detail. I'm part of this initiative as an advisor to them. So it's a European learning network on real-world evidence called the Real-World Evidence for Decisions. So what is the mission? The origin of this initiative was in Belgium, where a public institution, Risi Binami, a payer institution in Belgium, took this initiative in, I think, 2020, more than 5 years ago. They published before some papers on ability to increase the quality and the use of evidence. And then they set up this network with a support, financial support for 5 or 6 companies, and with the FIPRA, the organization, to coordinate and provide the secretariat for this initiative. So it was an initiative from one payer institution, and then now it has been set up with a steering group, which is the majority of the members of the steering group are members of HTA bodies or payer institutions. And so the focus is on highly innovative medicines, because that's where you have the most important need for real-world evidence. And the point is to really have all make suggestions and proposals and have actions that will help to produce the best possible quality of real-world data, real-world evidence, and to help the best analysis of the data, the best use of them by HTA bodies and, of course, EMA. So the steering group, as you can see, most of the members are from HTA bodies and payers from various countries. Karen Felici should be mentioned because she was really at the origin of the project since 2020, and I joined her in 2024 as advisor to the project. And then you have representatives from industry, from academia, from patients, clinicians, insurer, international organization, patient representatives, and so on. So that's the ones who share this project. Now, the 3 types of action, there are roundtables that are invitation only, but the topic, the report may be made public after that. There are public webinars, and there will be one soon. I will mention it at the end. And there is some action first to produce recommendations. There have been a lot of activities from the stakeholders. The stakeholders have been very active and productive to think about the most useful actions they could recommend, and each stakeholder group separately, and then through a multi-stakeholder dialogue, finally came up with a list of actions. And there is, of course, some advocacy for it, so that for that we engage at the Evidence for Decision a lot with the European Commission. We are present in many congresses and that sort of thing. So if I look at the stakeholder actions, the first paper was published in 2020 with the first list of action forces. And then, as I mentioned, there was some focus group discussion for each stakeholder group to update them and to improve them. And finally, in June 2024, there was a feedback from the public consultation, and then it was published in the International Journal for Health Technology in Healthcare. That's been published in the HTA journal in November last year, and so you can easily have access to this paper. So I put here some examples that have been almost randomly taken because there are a lot of actions, and I don't want to take too much time showing all of them. But for instance, there is we just don't want to talk in generally speaking, of real-world data, but to have really examples. That's why we have the point 1.7 is to share case studies on real-world evidence influence over pricing and reimbursement assessments, reassessments, this famous post-launch evidence generation that I was speaking about. So that could be done at a national or at a European level. And for the collaborative between HTA payers and other bodies, we would you see the recommendations of regulators to align methods on guidance on real-world evidence, and to co-design and streamline frameworks for data quality assessment and standardization with regulators. That's a very important thing, not to be coordinated between HTA and regulators. So if you want to access to all the stakeholder action to generate better real-world evidence for health technology assessment in payers, you can use these real-world evidence for decisions websites, or use this QR code to access the full set of actions. So now to conclude, I said that there will be a webinar, there's a public webinar on artificial intelligence and how it can be used to improve the use of real-world evidence. That will take place next Wednesday, October 15, and the very excellent speakers, and you still are in time to register. Again, your QR code here, or go to the real-world evidence for decisions website. And the last communication we have before the end of the year is the symposium. Symposium this year will not be face-to-face one, but an online one. So we will have Maya Matthews, who is Director General for at DG Santé for the European Commission. We will have Danish HTA body, Danish Medicines Agency communicating. We will have EMA participating, and we have several HTA bodies. You can see we have industry with NICE, we have from the Austrian Social Institute. So you can see the topics on the left column. So it's mentioned that it is an invitation only, which is true, but I mean, it is online, it will not be should not be too difficult. So if you have interest in attending this seminar, it will be on November 20 from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European time. You can send me a message using this email address, .com, not too complicated. So that I think I'm good. 1 minute and 24 seconds. I can't believe it.
Thank you, Francois. Thank you for that.
I don't understand for the time being.
Yeah. Thank you. Now we have time, almost 1 hour for discussion. And because also we have Polish speakers, I would like to invite Maria Libura also for our panelist. Because we have some people who, on the conference, maybe Oleg Kwieciński as a GM of AbbVie, who can join to us maybe for discussion. I thought that maybe Director Vaśko is here with us still, but I don't see. If not, then maybe he can join during the discussion. Why it's like that? Maybe we can start a little bit from our panelists, Polish representatives. Michał, the question is to you. You are representative in pharma, the Society of the Drug Technologies and the drug companies. How do you see the chances that from Polish perspective, not just European, but Polish perspective, the European health data space can help us in the Polish thinking, I don't know, the reimbursement system, any kind of the improvement of the system, or maybe even improve the pricing or research activities in the Poland? Nie słychać. Jakoś mamy problem techniczny, nie słyszymy cię. Poczekaj chwilkę.
And now?
Teraz jest okay.
Just question. We are flying in English or Polish?
Jeszcze raz. I propose in English because our speakers are also English, okay? If we can switch to English.
Okay, thank you. So I think that both Anya and Francois are sharing. Oh, because I hear myself and I hear translation. So may we switch off translation for me?
No, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. So I think that both Anya and Francois perfectly described potential for the industry. So when we are speaking about the industry, registration, reimbursement, all HTA processes should and must be based on data, and the European health data space is the space for the data. So if you are speaking about how we may use it, we will use it to assure that for the discussion about the quality, about the safety, about the potential for the patient in Poland, but around Europe. The new products are absolutely supported by the data, and that is absolutely obvious discussion. I wish to point out that in the discussion about access to the data, we are not only looking on the matter of registration and reimbursement, but also matters of distribution, about the solving some problems with the shortages to better understand how a system is working. For the system, I think that the summary of potential of European health data space is huge, and what is from our perspective very important, it would lead to all stakeholders to speak the same language. For today, many sites, the industry, but not only, also scientists are using the partially data, they are estimating the data, they are looking for, of course, the best resources of data. But when we are starting to discuss with the public side, many times we've got a situation when both sides are different source of data, different set of data, and it is sometimes very hard to build a trust and translate one set of data to another. From my perspective, that is also very important that the countries, the European countries, will use the same framework for the data. In Poland, for last few years, the size of the data, the access, maybe not the access, but the quality of the data is growing. But we know that in Polish system, which is really advancing, the quality of the data is still the topic for the adjustments. We know that NHF is dealing with some lacks or the unclarity of information which are gathered from all stakeholders, all healthcare stakeholders. And I think that European health data space would let us to better shape those informations, better way collect them, and finally to use them first in the primary use of data, so for the patients, for the doctors, and secondary for the stakeholders, which like industry are looking for the best information to finally deliver the best solutions to the patients and to the healthcare systems. And I will make a dot here, and then we'll eventually go on.
Okay, this is from perspective of the, we can say the companies. Maybe I will ask Maria. Maria is with us with different roles today. I would like to ask you, Maria, as a patient, as you think as a patient representatives.
May I start from a slightly different perspective?
Yes, you can, as you choose.
It was just yesterday that China announced further restrictions on rare earth for global trade, and that means that, in fact, all the industries that are concerned with data, including AI development models, infrastructure, but also military industry, is under threat of actually having shortages of those rare earth elements. And now, when we have the context of global instability with wars raging, we may think that what started many years ago as a great, interesting long-term project may, which I mean European health data space, may suddenly face very different challenges. So we used to think of the challenges that the European health data space is going to face in terms of Europe internal problems. Okay, so what about inter-country interoperability? How to harmonize all those data healthcare systems? And now we may face what we actually sort of could see yesterday at the last session when in the panel about tuberculosis, one of the panelists said that all the money was stopped because Norway decided to move the funds from supporting fight on infectious diseases into military industry. So they are not going to support infectious disease programs in Eastern Europe. And so I'm afraid that we are still talking about the challenges, thinking as if nothing has changed, whereas the biggest challenge might be that actually we won't have the resources to build civilian the civilian-oriented data infrastructure at such speed as we used to think we would have. So that's from yesterday, and I really thought it really sheds a very different light on the future. So we have to think about European projects, putting them in the global context, and not just from this kind of naive perspective, oh, are we competitive enough against the US? Now, the problem now is becoming a kind of basic resource problem that that may be redirected into very different industries, and in particular the military complex. Yet another perspective, which is still not quite patient perspective, I'm sorry, is that I'm thinking about what's going on in Poland now and how we are now implementing the Poland's recovery and resilience plan. And the lesson from that is that because of political tension and lack of continuity between the governments, we are actually not making the most of the money. Right. So some programs were halted just because the government changed, and now we have very little time to implement complex projects, and some of them were simplified, and in some areas we may expect that the quality of the project within the healthcare system won't be as high as they could have been if not for the lack of political consensus on healthcare development. And I think that with the health data space, and Marta, I'm really glad you brought up the issue of the trusted data holders, and how, in fact, you need to understand the complexities of the regulations to make them work for your institution, but also for your country. And because we are our perspective in Poland seems to be too short, as with the national recovery and resilience plan, and we are not prepared for the opportunities that this new developments are going to bring. So I'm afraid that health data space will also have this St. Matthew's effect. So it will really help those who are prepared, whereas those who are behind or are not really into yeah, I mean, that's why it's called St. Matthew's effect. It has quite a long history. All right. So these are, I think, are the biggest challenges that we face. So one thing is that globally, what's happening around, including the access to very basic resources, we might see sudden changes because of the shifts from the civil data infrastructure development into the military data infrastructure development. And the other is that when we think about countries, and within European perspective, we have to think about those countries that are as if behind because they lack political resources, and by policy resources rather, what shall I say, to be prepared not just for the challenges that we are going to face, and there are going to be many, but you know them very well, like the growing burden of administrative work on healthcare workers, and for instance in Poland we are not prepared for that at all, and we are still having some very basic discussions on how to make interoperability work, and so on and so forth. But on the top of that, we are missing this big opportunities because we are not looking into the details and what the new regulations may actually, what kind of new opportunities they may open if we are prepared and understand what's inside those regulations.
Oleg, what do you think?
Well, working in pharma, well, the biggest challenge for us is that as long as we have no understanding where our product fits, it's actually a product only. It's a drug. And we want to have a solution. And a solution actually needs to understand where we can put the product to fit the best, to produce the biggest outcome. Like just referring to what you said in the previous session when it comes to patient pathways. and then we understand where the real potential lies. So, from a pharma company perspective, we actually need to have data. The challenge, the good story and the good news is we have a lot of data. The bad news is that we have very restricted access. So I really think it's a great opportunity, but also it's a must that this kind of data access is evolving. This European health data space is going to be available, less directly to pharma, but still as long as there is a discussion going on where we get used about the products in the right way, in the best way to fit to the system and to produce the biggest outcome. Well, I'm even though all those restrictions, with the data analytics, I'm really optimistic because there is a lot of data. I think we are using. Some people say we don't use the innovative drugs have a lot of potential and we don't use it at all. We don't use it to the full potential. I think the potential of data is completely unused. So I'm rather optimistic with this. Although the question is more about the access to this data and the framework, because today I could use the example of pharma companies. The biggest advantage versus the decision makers is that pharma companies, at least international ones, they operate like a consulting network. They have 20, 30, 100 subsidiaries around the world. And they have seen all kinds of problems you can even imagine, even those that did not come to the country, but we already have seen 5 of those different countries struggling with them, and we know the solutions. Well, but then the first thing is just, to invite pharma to discussion, and then to put the data on the table, which we don't have for the specific setup and context in Poland, to match the experience that there is somewhere we can learn. There are many solutions we have seen in the previous sessions, fantastic solutions from different countries. But then you need to invite those stakeholders to the table. So I hope it will continue. I think that this kind of space like we are having here is a great opportunity, at least to show the potential that there is outside of the decision makers among all the other stakeholders. So, by a constant discussion and a repetition, we can create some value, because products only, they don't create value just because of they are in the system.
Okay, maybe a short my comment before I give a next question. I think that is, for me, when I listen about European health data space, and of course interesting or real world data or real world evidence, I think it's the issue that even that we have European health data space, the Finland examples and other countries showing that we have standardized only few type of data, only publicly available and most cases very central data. It means that when I look in the future, it means that there are different projects in different countries. The examples what was presented even in Germany, that how is created the data bodies and who is created, that some roles are, can say, technical, yeah, as a general. The issue is in merits, how this data are standardized, what kind of ontological language we create for this data. And it's also a question how this data collected, and then how it's easy to have good data, good quality of data. And I present in the first previous session how we present the lung cancer for just 800 patients. It took us 5 months, not calculate, 5 months of have good data to calculate. And this is example that here is some obstacles regarding the HDS, that probably in the first, there will be access to publicly available data, which is quite general. Second is the questions, if you even ask about data holders, please give me data from data providers. This is the third question what I received. Who is this data will prepare for us, and how will prepare, and how is what kind of work must be done by users, yes? That's why I think we are still, I don't believe that will be fast. I think that will be very slow, that we just building the structure, we preparing system for thinking that it must be better data quality, better standardization, better ontological language for sharing data, because without that, even that I ask about the data from, I don't know, Denmark, Germany, something, I received so many data, it took me years to match this data and prepare something for calculations. That's why I think that we are in very early phase, what it means good quality data, what it means really how we would like to share this data. Technical issues are much easier, even I think law issues much easier, of course not easy, but much easier than to build very good quality data. This is my perspective.
Just short advice?
Yes.
Yeah, I do agree that there is always a dilemma when it is a time to stop gathering all the data and to start writing the thesis, you know, because the bigger the data, the longer the data is collected, the best the thesis is. However, I think, you know, we should do this in parallel. So, you know, by waiting for the EHDS coming, and then looking into it and checking what we can do, well, it's a little bit, you know, reactive. We should be doing all that we can do with the current available data so that we can today define what are our problem areas, what are our challenges that we face in the system, and that shall drive the discussion what kind of data we need, what type of data, and how we may standardize them. I'm sorry to say, but it's going to be like it would be very beneficial, I believe, that this would be like work in progress, you know, approach, rather than waiting for a great system like, you know, the electronic health cards. Well, you know, some of those were introduced, some of those are still under development. So, you know, that there is no solution that works well until it is put into work. So we should work with whatever data it is. The biggest sin is that we keep on discussing rather than bringing the data, whatever we have, and we start talking about what it is coming from. Well, I know it's a more commercial approach, you know. I know that HTA has some.
I think it's already going. It's a question how wide is going. We see a lot of initiatives. You have seen the Francois show you what's going in Europe in HTA bodies. I think that Anya, in different projects, you have different partners even from Poland. That's why I think that it's already started. Yeah, it's a question only how we can coordinate these issues also inside of countries, because that is some groups are working. Of course, there's some European initiatives building some fundamentals, but the issue is how we quickly learned in Poland, for example, to really do it or use it. This is what Maria mentioned. We are far after the China.
but I don't care if we are far, you know, as long as we start. I think this is great to see a lot of enthusiasts that are sitting here and, you know, having different projects showing great value. And then the question is, you know, at which point we sit and discuss, so what is the objective we want to achieve? And you have a lot of ideas, but actually I think that the decision makers are the ones that have to sit to the table and define with you what are the priorities and what are the challenges we need to focus our discussion on. And then the data setup, the data framework, you know, should be like a function of it.
It's true. Marta?
I feel like there were so many things I wanted to say along the way that I forgot already. Because there are a couple of bits that I wanted to touch upon, but maybe I'll start from the last thing you said about priorities and objectives. And I fully agree what you also said already, what we discussed also, I think, today about how we can prepare. Like what I tried to mention at the beginning, the problem with EHDS, and I will be a bit of a lawyering right now, is that it's based on Article 114, which is article on harmonization of internal market. The problem is that health competences between EU and member states are very scattered, in the sense that some of the aspects fall under the internal market competences, and that's how EHDS was kind of created, because they were like, this is internal market, because this is part, as I said at the beginning, part of digital single market for data. We were trying to harmonize it, so therefore we can kind of go above the competences, whereas when we look at the one, I think Article 168.7, it talks about full only member states competence for organization of administrative systems of healthcare, that it's solely member states competence. And now it's this clashing moment where EHDS really goes beyond and tries to tell you what you have to do as is in order to have a harmonized approach among all of the member states. I have a list of that. And then there are, and I did already some sort of mapping. I had it on the slide, but I can also explain to you briefly. That's what I also was trying to force a little bit in the Belgian, like in the Flemish context, on like how can we approach this? Because like really in the EHDS as such, there are parts of the regulation that, as I said, have to be implemented as they are for everyone the same. There are parts that, okay, you have to implement it, but you have some sort of leeway for yourself to adapt it to your administrative system of the public healthcare or generally healthcare conditions of a given country. And then there are the last one, it's like completely you have the possibility to decide whether you want it or not. So for example, the aspects as is, it's for example providing these priority categories of personal electronic health data. So as I mentioned today, 6 categories, all member states have to do it. The 6 categories have to be in this electronic health records format.
But this is for primary
Yes,
use?
but this is just example. Yeah. Then another one is that there will be, but this goes to the next point that I wanted to raise about the quality, but maybe later, that there is this utility and quality label that will have specific features that you have to show in the label, and that all member states will also have to provide the same way, like so that it's harmonized, that when someone sees the label next to the data sets, they know what actually the quality is. Then there are these aspects of you can do it that way, but you can also do it that way, like what already I think Anya also mentioned, that Germany is planning to have one central health data access body and then let's say 5 or 6 other health data access bodies. For example, other countries like, I don't know, smaller countries like Malta, they might want to have just one health data access body. So these are aspects of like, depending really on the administrative context. And then the most interesting that would really require a proper expertise and proper some sort of, I don't know, due diligence within the system and how it would work for all the stakeholders involved. So whether we want, for example, to introduce opt-out in primary use, whether we want health data intermediation entities, that's another thing that we didn't discuss, but it's super important for health data holders, that member states might decide that for specific health data holders, there will be these intermediation entities that will help them in certain tasks. For example, if hospitals don't have enough capacity or they don't have required knowledge to share the data, there might be specific entities for them to support them in preparing the data. So, but this again, the member states have to do proper research in like which potential health data holders in, for example, Poland, might require this extra support. The same for this overriding mechanism that I mentioned. So there is really like the regulation is really built on a couple of specific layers that you really have to deep dive into to be better prepared. And I know from my experience that Belgium is already doing that quite well and they are quite advanced in that. In Poland, I don't know, maybe it's already happening, but I haven't seen it because I'm not so involved.
We not dive yet.
Okay. But this is about the member states' preparation, and I think this kind of mapping, it should be the starting point. And what we also discussed today, there should be a proper bridge between what public sector is doing, so what the ministry is doing, or whoever will be implementing this in Poland, for example, and the private stakeholders, that there should be this communication and conversation, maybe throughout collaborative projects, maybe different ways. This is how it's being done in the EU level. There is many projects that the people from different countries, they're participating and they have this common learning experience. So that's about that, and I don't want to, because I have a lot to say about quality, but we can do that later also.
Michał?
Yes, I just wish to add few words about our involvement, because it's not a very big secret that as an industry we are looking on the European health data space at least for last 3 years. And for last 3 years we are first providing the investigation how to translate it into the interest of the patients and how it may support our activities, but we're also navigating through the public and non-public stakeholders And what you, Magda, said, we are, I think, before the moment when all parties will start to be gathered and will start to discuss about how they see and what they expect from the European health data space. Fortunately, we've got the governmental task force combined from the Ministry of Digitalization, Ministry of Health experts, and we hope that that will be the good starting point for the pushing things forward. But what is also important, and what I wish to declare, that I hope that many people are hearing to this declaration, we are very open to take part in the discussion, and we are already advanced in the building the whole information about how we may support, why we and what kind of data do we need, how we wish to use it, because for us that's important to share this information both with the public side but also with the patients, to let them understand what will be the benefits for the patient, because at the end of the day those data will not be used for the internal purposes of the industry, but to assure that the innovative therapies will be better accessible in the country. So, as I said, in pharma and our members companies are very open for any discussion about this topic, and we are ready to support each activity which will lead us to the pushing things forward and to assure that step by step we will go by the dates, which are of course the milestones written in the directive, and support Polish government to reach the goal.
Ania, Francois, maybe and your voice, and I have only one question. What is your thinking? Also, additionally, that what will be the fastest in your countries regarding the HTTS? Maybe Francois, you can look at from the HTA perspective. What do you think that will be the fastest success of HTTS in your countries, or maybe what will be the fastest access for what?
Should you, Anna, or should I go? Well, the one point, important point, is that when there is some reluctance, some obstacles, some difficulties from HTA bodies to take into account data coming, observational data, real world data, one of the reasons is that quite often the data are not complete, they are too limited, and the fact that with the European health data space, you can really change the picture by having an amount of data that, even if not totally exhaustive, will give you a much more important quantity of information that will, and if you couple that with the possibility to use this information according to more appropriate standards, and to finally have something that is able to convince both by the quantity of data produced, by the accessibility of this data, and by way to analyze them and conclude to be sure that we are not affected by unacceptable biases, is a very important way forward. I do not have a picture on when this may happen, so we have to still work with what we have currently, but this is of course a very important possibility for changing the way HTA body look at real world data.
Thank you. Ania?
Yeah, I just wanted to add some points to what has already been mentioned, and I hope I recall everything that I just had on my mind. The first thing, or some experiences also from the project, which I have shown earlier today. So the first thing is regarding the structure and the quality of data. So when we're talking with industry partners or potential users or data requesters within such a system, what they really care about is that they have better and faster data access to good quality of data. So these two aspects are pretty much the most important ones. And the reality which we are facing is we are collaborating, for example, in IDERA with the European Respiratory Society, which is led by Professor Joanna Korostowska from University of Warsaw, if I recall that correctly. So we have one major driver who is pushing how does the data structure, how does the data standard actually look like? But that is, and I would also agree with what Magda, you have said before, this is not really a coordinated initiative, but it is, just one user community is seeing the pain that this data space infrastructure is not really caring about how the data structure and the quality is actually looking like. So we are solving this problem, at least for respiratory relevant information, which we in this very specific project now want to use. Other societies might also address and tackle these issues, but this will then have probably some kind of overlap with the standardization initiative, which we have on some other phases as well. So what is actually really missing is coordination across initiatives, but also across countries, systems, and so on, with regard to how is the data actually structured and what, how can we ensure that it's actually usable when we're connecting it across different sources. The second point that I wanted to make is when we're actually talking about including industry partners in such a system, that of course also raises some, in the public minds, probably it raises some, awareness with regard to, is this all designed for the public good? But what we see at least in Germany, that this is not really the one is solving the problem, like the government is setting up such infrastructure and then industry can use it. But this has so many obstacles and challenges which need to be tackled, that this is actually, as I've shown also with the example of the aviation industry, this is actually an effort that we need to take in collaboration. And what we see in Germany is that, for example, government bodies are also reaching out to projects like IDERA and other initiatives in order to combine solutions which are produced in public-private partnerships and integrate these also into the structures which are set up on a national level. And the third point that I wanted to make is who is going to be the fastest was one of the questions. I think this really sharing some perspective also from our project. We have some of the major university hospitals across Europe within the consortium. Setting up such connectivity and the capacity to actually connect to such an infrastructure and to extract a high quality of data, setting up research environments on the sites, because you do not want to have such a system directly integrated into your primary operating system. So setting up the research infrastructure that requires actually buying hardware, hiring the staff, and actually preparing the organization for participating in this. And this is something that we really should also emphasize, that this needs to be done in order to also match with the timelines and in order to be not only be compliant, but to be able to then provide value within the EHDS when it comes into place. But this actually needs major homework to be done by the participating organizations. And talking about IDERA, these are big university hospitals participating in this. We also have smaller hospitals in Germany. Talking only about Germany's 1,800 hospitals, which are then supposed to be able to make their data available via such a system. I would say probably only a very small number would now be able to actually do this on this day. So there's still a lot of homework which needs to be done also by the data providing organizations.
Maria?
So, now, when you think about how the idea of European health data space is sold to the public, it's that it's a matter of convenience. So you will be able to travel, you go on vacation from Germany to Spain, and you go to a doctor, and the doctor will be able to access your patient's history so easily and give you a prescription. And so that, and I'm not telling that this is not a good purpose. It's a great purpose. Everyone would like to enjoy that, but the real profit will be in the secondary use of data. Right? So this is what all the negotiations are about, and why it takes so long, because this is where the metaphor, which I don't really like, that data is new oil, kicks in, really. So it's the secondary use of data. And I think that what we are really risking here is the very well-known process of socializing the costs and privatizing the profits. And especially as Magda, you mentioned earlier, in fact, the best data sets that we have in healthcare come from public institutions. So we have citizens of European countries that are lucky to live in the area of the globe where you have universal healthcare systems, and where data on health are collected in a systematic way. I mean, we may have reservation towards the quality, but it is still a very well-structured, systematic way when you compare it to other parts of the world. And then the question is, who is going to, and it's built on trust. So we trust the government, we trust our states, so we, to such a degree that we deposit the data in those healthcare institutions. And I think that the real social challenge will be to make sure that in the end, we don't just provide a simplified access for commercial entities that will just profit on trust without returning the value to societies. And I think that was originally the idea behind the European health data space, that we do it European way, ensuring that we have this return on investment in data infrastructure to societies. But this is going to be a big challenge because of the factors I mentioned at the beginning, so the global context.
So if you mentioned the global context, maybe I will touch upon that, because I've recently have written a paper about the third countries' participation, because this is something that we forget as well in the context of the secondary use. Because we focus really on the European perspective, of course, but then there is this possibility to connect third countries at some point, of course not yet, but in the future. And then we think about it, as you said, like that the EHDS, it's supposed to improve the quality of care, personalized medicine, also developing better technology to be used in healthcare. So generally the end goal is to improve this for the patient. But when you look really deeper, also in the general context, as I said, it's very important. I know we like to look at very specific things, but the context in which the EHDS came into play, the policy and regulatory context is very important, because we look at the entire European data strategy and all the other sectoral data space, as I said, and all the other regulatory frameworks that, like Data Governance Act and Data Act. And with my colleagues, we looked recently at what is the actual purpose of the standards that are imposed on the data protection standards, but also more than that. And we came to the conclusion that EHDS balances between digital sovereignty of EU, that we are trying to really secure. On the one hand, you might say, okay, it's great because we are trying to secure our patients' data, etc. But the way we do it, it's digital sovereignty, but at the same time, strategic autonomy. So it's very much connected to, I think you also said before, to our competitive position in the market, in the world, the global context. And the use of data not for the patients, but rather for as you said, the commercial interest and the commercial purposes. So what is the balance between these strategic autonomy goals and really the Brussels effect, as it's called by, I don't remember now the author, but like the spillover effect outside of EU of the standards and of the, especially in the context of data protection, that all the other countries outside of EU really have to also comply with our approach to different things. And on the other hand, we have this potential openness, so we have some sort of data solidarity. We call it data cosmopolitanism, whether to what extent we actually want to consider this global context and to what extent this actually bigger openness will also then improve our own technologies and then improve maybe our patients, because that was one of the examples that some of the colleagues from DG Sante gave me some time ago, like the fact that in order to, for example, have technologies from, I don't know, US, Japan, some other countries, AI systems, they like when you look at the AI Act, it has to be trained on our data, yes, on data from Europe, on data from our kind of geopolitical, global contexts, like here, regional. So we are actually preventing ourselves from the access to sometimes maybe better technologies if we base data sharing or data governance of EHDS on reciprocity principle, which is about, okay, we can give you the access if you give us the access on exactly the same conditions. Yeah. So the big question is, what do we actually want to achieve with this regulation? Because the more I look at it, the more I see that it's actually not anymore that much about the patients. I'm sorry to say, but that's my opinion on that. I could even, like, in my opinion, also from the industry perspective, there is so many things that health data holders can do to prevent their trade secrets and intellectual property to be really, and to prevent their data based on the IP and trade secrets to be shared. So that what's the actual goal? If the question was to open up the data silos, to have more data available, but still there is so many ways in which you can still prevent the data to be shared, then what's the value?
I have a question. Maybe this is, I think it could be interesting. The best data is not public system. The best data is pharma. Yeah. You have trials. And based on regulation of HDS, you should submit this data.
Well, submit is a big word. And
provoking.
And I think I'm not an expert in the clinical trials, just to be kind of intermediary here. But it's not that all of the data from clinical trials will have to be made available because it's not submitting.
I'm joking, yes, I'm provoking.
Yes, good, provoke. I'm actually interested also to hear your perspective.
Well, so throughout those 2 days, I learned that there are different definitions of data, so I'm not that eager to say we have or we can provide all the data, because I know what all data means for people that are dealing with data on the daily basis. And yes, well, we have the data, and I think we are sharing them as long as, well, yeah. we at least, innovative solutions, they are really hard to get to the market without a proof. Yeah. And that's the vicious circle, until you prove it, then there is a reluctance to accept it. If there is enough data, the innovation is no longer innovation because it takes so much time. So we have the system that is actually a kind of, inherited one. So it evolved. We are providing the data for assessment. We are providing the data before entry to the market, then afterwards. What I would say, and to this reciprocity of the data, I think both pharma and the decision makers in the healthcare system have the same goal. They want to have a sustainable healthcare system that is addressing the needs. Well, if not, then I'm really, concerned about myself, for example, if my decision makers don't want to have the sustainable system And
they have, but the question is what they have to have sustainable system. This is what Maria mentioned. Maybe because I think that the Hades, for me, it's like a little bit mind fucking idea. Why? Because in the one side, it's the idea of common sense of data and usage of data for different purposes, primary, secondary. The idea is great. But on the other hand, all data which are produced by public system are produced from our public money, yes, and public, we can say public workers. On the other hand, you produce data as a companies, yes, and you produce data on your own money, but we should share, and you not. Provoking.
Very provoking. I couldn't agree. I mean, you know, the thing is that all the stakeholders produce data, and this is different type of data. And the value that is missing is just to combine this data.
And this is, I think, the question is that maybe sharing the data from companies, this is, I know that it's not easy, I'm provoking, it could be the first step before public data.
It's a little bit like, you know, you do it first. No, I think, you know, I think the word sharing is causing a lot of discussion.
Yes.
Because sharing means disclosing and what can I get for exchange. The challenge is that as long as we don't define what we want to achieve, so let's define the healthcare problem. Let's define what really makes us, you know, not sleeping at night, and then let's define what kind of data we need. Then we'll discover immediately that we need both the clinical trials.
First, we have to analyze data to know what we need.
Exactly, but this is to my point. What I said, we have a lot of data today, and we can already draw some conclusions on where really the pain is. And then let's define what should be included input into the data pot. And then I think it will be much easier than telling, you know, they will share the data first. I mean, what's the reason for sharing the data? Data is power, someone said, oil, yeah? So, and we know it. And this is the same reason why decision makers not sharing the data. Because if they start doing so, there may be some guys like you that will point at them and say, hey, you know what, out of this data, it looks that you could be doing better.
But we're already doing, that's why it's who? The different bodies, they calculate with different things. We have access.
You keep on provoking. Because
No.
They do. But do they share all the data, or they share only the data that support their
This is, I think, the issue what we're discussing here, what kind of data, when, this is what Marta, I think, want to mention, because it's the, one sense is the intellectual property, which is very evolving in this process. The second is how to create new intellectual property if you use some data already gathered. This is, I think, that new questions that are rising, how to build new way of intellectual property if you have data to access to data already somebody use, making more accurate for your purposes. This is, I think, more sophisticated than we've previously thought.
Well, yes and no, because, you know, if you have two stakeholders that have sometimes conflicting priorities, but if they find a common goal in business, it's called joint venture.
But it's two sides.
And then we need to find a way how we have a joint venture on data.
I think that Anya pointed very clearly, even Francois showing that if you have consortium, when you have shared values, we can say, but you build the project. I think very interesting what happened with Anya project when they build the product. Who will be the owner? Who will finance this product? And how? And how the intellectual property will be divided. Probably some issues are already addressed, because without this, companies are not accessing to the project. Be honest. This is what we're discussing here. How new rules will be shaping.
That's exactly. I'm already lost where we've been in this discussion.
Everywhere.
It's really just to mention. It's not that we will decide what data will go first. The thing is that there is already a timeline in the regulation which parts, which bits will have to be implemented when. So this is already decided. Now, of course, it's on the member states to prepare the health data holders. Whether they are doing this or not, it's another story. Now, when it comes to data, this is actually a very crucial question what someone asked here, like, what are the data? Because as I mentioned today during the presentation, the regulation mentions data from the wellness apps, for example. So what exactly, which types of data sets? And now, if someone wants to be a little bit like, I don't want to share this data, they might be like, okay, I will share just this part, because this part is not commercially sensitive. And the biggest problem will be when we will have competitors. So, for example, one pharma company being health data holder, and then another pharma company wanting to use the data of the other pharma company. Or, I don't know, and that doesn't have to be pharma. Any competitors. Because then, for example, one of the companies might be like, okay, when they have the data permits, the health data holder has to prepare the data. So they might want to do it in a way that will really impact the quality. Yeah. They might want to do it in a way to prevent someone doing a good job with this data. You know what I mean?
Even make any reasonable conclusions.
Sorry?
To make any reasonable conclusions.
Or they might want to, for example, even sharing the data set description at the very beginning, it's very tricky because you might already share the trade secrets, so the things that are really sensitive. So I think, in my opinion, there will be a lot of kind of interesting playing kind of exercises of how to provide a description so that nobody can already see what you actually have.
Sorry. Mistake.
It's okay. So the same might be again but what you mentioned is actually true, because when you look at the Article 52 about the IP and trade secrets, it's written that the access body might make the access conditional to additional contractual measures between the user and the holder, which means that they might want to indeed decide, for example, in the end, how they will divide, whose intellectual property it will be with the usage of such data if they, for example, create something. But this is already there's also, sorry, just to finish, it's not that they didn't take that into account, all of this kind of also patent law. This is taken into account because there is this 6 months of the publication of the research of the outputs of the data processing. So it's taken into account, but there are, as I said, there are European projects that are now, they are going to start next year or something, that will be specifically on that matter, because it's really in my opinion, the crucial and the most difficult part on the data access in the EHDS.
Okay, we have 8 minutes, the summary.
Just a summary. And
just summary, just 2 minutes for everybody.
To what was said. I think that with all these discussions, the trust issue is coming up. And the trust is built really when you have common goals. So repeating what Michał said, pharma is almost open to have a dialogue. It just needs, we wait to be invited to discussions, and then, as long as stakeholders understand what they can benefit from it, then I think the rest is technicality with all the legal challenges that we have in our legislations, and we can do it. So I would really, look forward to, establishing the goals. And then if we have the common goals, the rest should flow.
I will be a bit different in saying that, in my opinion, it's not possible to have common goals when you have so many divergent and so many diverse stakeholders. When you have people coming, there is public interest, private interest, different types of private interest. In my opinion, and this is my just personal opinion, I just don't like talking about trust, because how do you define it? How do you operationalize it? I personally don't like it. In my opinion, it's about fairness. So it's about how to make this fair for everyone, so that, okay, there might be aspects and use cases which will allow us to go to a common direction, we all want better healthcare in general, of course, but then along the way there are other aspects, and how to make this that health data holders are not the ones who are paying all the costs. They are bearing all the costs of shared data access, and the same for the users, how to make it fair so that those who are researchers, SMEs, those who are maybe not so wealthy, they have more benefits than not benefits, but this is kind of equal the benefits and costs that the bigger companies pay. The same for patients. How to, and this goes into my research ideas, like how to make sure that we are not excluding patients who are digitally illiterate. So like there's so many people involved, so many stakeholders involved. For me, it's about really fairness.
I couldn't agree more. And I think we should find better metaphors for data. So, because this oil metaphor is about power struggle, as you rightly observed, and we should think of it more like something that we share, like commons. So, so data is new air that everyone is entitled to breathe. Is one I propose.
Anya?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with the fairness statement. I think it's very important to just accept the fact that the system is on the one side, or that we have organizations or individuals, parties on the one side who are bearing more costs than others. So this is an imbalance which we surely need to address. But I would like to add one from my perspective, other very important point, and that is trust is the basis from my perspective. But trust does not lead to actual willingness and activity. It leads to people will participate and are willing to connect to such a system, but it will not lead to action. What will lead to action from my perspective is on the one hand value, and on the other hand convenience. And that is something that we need to put in focus. I think we can all agree on that the big goal for sure is to provide equally available healthcare for everyone, which is fair, which is accessible, which provides a good diagnosis and treatment for every individual. But then we need to break it down for what is the value for each of the organizations who are asked to participate in this. What can they actually gain from it, and what story do we tell to actually the public, which is also kind of a stakeholder in this. And I think this is important because we are always talking about trust, that this is one of the main topics here in Europe, but we do not hesitate a second in participating in hyperscaler service offerings where we do not really know where our personal data is going. So I would say putting actually the application layer and how can individuals and patients actually benefit from this through personalized healthcare service offering, for example. So putting the value in the center will be key in the future.
Francois?
Yes, thank you, Magda. Well, I think that really, if we speak about trust, it's not the main point to be put forward. What we should avoid is the lack of trust, no mistrust. That's important. But then, this having been said, I totally agree that fairness is of the utmost importance, and I like the way you put it forward. Now we should have also in mind that the question is about healthcare is quite general and should take into consideration not only data on a new drug, but also the data, or when you have a new drug, then you very innovative. You will probably have the second one a bit similar to that, so you don't need to have privately owned data on the first drug. You need data on this drug and the new drugs in the same therapeutic class. If it's a new one, we should have the global view, and we should have the same type of data collected for each of them. So that's for transparency and to allow the appropriate evaluation of these new drugs, but also you need also other measures because healthcare is not only treating diseases, but the prevention is of utmost importance, and to have the most important quantity and quality of data that may drive the policy from at the national or European level to prevent the most important diseases is as important as having information on health technology or that sort of thing. So that's something that should be taken into account, to have data and to analyze this data on a local, national, or European way to drive the best policies, healthcare policies, including prevention.
Thank you. And Michał?
The discussion is showing that the open table for all stakeholders is needed, and we need to discuss about what kind of data, who will be used, who will be shared. That is the European regulation. So I think that very similar discussions will be provided around Europe, and this is also important to share the outcome of the discussion and to look what kind of solutions are taken into consideration. For me, this is very important to just say that we are still speaking not about the automatic wide open access to the personal data of each patient. We are speaking about the access to the aggregated, anonymized, and pseudonymized data, which will be shared by the public side to the stakeholders, which will submit the request for those data. And what is very important, it will be justified request. So the authority will decide if the entity should receive access to this data. And for me, this is absolutely crucial to open this discussion as soon as possible to assure that the moment when the system will be launched, there will be no surprises for anyone, because that will be the worst case scenario if someone will be surprised. And finally, we are speaking about the data coming from the patients for the healthcare system. So this is absolutely crucial, and that is our intention also, to provide the discussion which will guide us to the place when everyone will at least understand that there is very low risk that the data will leak, that the data will be used in the not in the way how it should be purposed, and that the data which will be shared to any entity will be used to just reach the goal, which is positive for the healthcare system, for the patients. So that is my last comment to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this session. Thank you for participation. I hope so that is not our last, but maybe the first provocative discussion about a European health data space. Thank you very much. Thank you again. See you next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to warmly welcome you at the Local Government Academy session of our conference. This session is the last one on our agenda of this 2025 symposium. I would like to encourage you to take active part online and in person. I invite you to watch the streaming and to ask questions. I would like to welcome those who have joined us in the room and who are joining us online. This session has a working title, Everything You Want to Know About the Problems of Health Policies, but you're afraid to ask the Polish HTA agency. This is your time to ask questions. We've prepared some queries. They have been submitted by local government representatives. We didn't make them up. At our conferences, we requested that you forward your questions to us. We collected them online as well. So we have these questions in front of us. The agency has been forewarned of these questions so that they could prepare. Before we launch the Local Government Academy, I have a bit of an introduction. I would like to provide you with information on the Platinum Team. The Platinum Team published a book, Biker, which responds to the problem of rare diseases in families. It's a booklet not just for the patients, it's for their families. You can't buy it, so you must join the Platinum Ambassadors Network. Apart from books, the Foundation prepared lesson plans for different age groups. We encourage you to visit the platinumteam.pl website. You can establish cooperation with the Foundation. And now we will have a 2-minute video of the Foundation. Platinum Team Foundation. It was a warm but not a completely dark night. No one knows why. The street lamps had different colors. A small boy slept at home. His hair was spread across the pillow, his platinum hair. He breathed calmly. He had a lovely dream. He dreamed of a beautiful playground, and lots of horses were present in that playground. When he woke up, it seemed the dream did not end. There was a horse right next to his mum in the kitchen. The whole town was filled with horses. The boy had a horse of his own, but his horse was different. It was striped. And so we created a story. We use this story in families, at schools, at preschools. It's not a book for the sick. It's for those who accompany them. Let's read it together, at home and in one's family. When you think about people, don't think about their disabilities. Think about what they can do. When I saw that kid's story, I knew it was something special. And I am happy to see it being promoted. I have something very special here with me. It's a real and an unreal story. It's not real. It's like a fairy tale. It's magical. It's a literary story. It's a work of literature. But it's also a very real story. It emanates strength. It emanates care. It emanates hope. Such books are very heartening. This story, I keep coming back to this story. Let's look for this place. Maybe we can find it. Boży Tuchom is the village of Platinum Scouts. Let us catch you in our net or our network of Platinum Ambassadors. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. We will now open the Local Government Academy session. It's the pure session now. We encourage questions. You know from previous years that our speakers are not afraid of any questions. They know all the answers. If they don't, they provide you with a written response later on. 20 years of CSTAH, 20 years of the Polish HTA agency. We're glad we can share this anniversary with you, and I'm glad to see so many representatives of the Polish HTA agency. 20 years is a source of many reflections and also triggers sum-ups. We want to take a look at the present situation of local governments and also look ahead, look at what we can do in the nearest future. So without further ado, let me present our speakers, though I'm sure you know them. Tomasz Tatara, Polish HTA agency, evaluation of health policy programs, innovative programs and technology. I hand over to you. Thank you for the invitation, for another invitation. Last year, I also had the pleasure to participate in the local government session. We prepared a presentation to start us off. Let me sum up the previous year and also the years in the past in terms of evaluating health policy programs. We will be focusing on those from the perspective of the Polish HTA agency. There's a quick plan of the presentation. First, I wanted to explain what health policy programs are. I'm sure that you know what these are. HPPs, they're about prevention in Poland, mainly at the local government level, also at the central level. It is HTA supported and evidence-based. Some typical statistics will also be presented. So how many such HPPs we had, which areas they're covered, which health needs they respond to, and what are the current health needs that local governments respond to. There's another very important point here, recommendations of the president of our agency. The recommendations of ready templates of HPPs that local governments can use. These are different from drug programs because they supplement programs with interventions of other sorts. They are complementary and supplementary in the system. Then I will move on to the characteristics of an HPP, what determines its success. I will give you the HTA, EBM, and the agency's perspective. The agency provides opinions. It issues tens, hundreds of such opinions. It issues them in response to substantive queries, among others. I will also touch upon the most frequently asked questions by local governments that the agency responded to. And I will also cover the problems encountered by LGUs when implementing HPPs. I will also talk about the most frequent grounds in the opinions of the Polish HTA agency. So, health policy programs are planned intentional actions taken in healthcare. These are protective vaccinations, diagnostics, rehabilitation. So rather targeted interventions in preventive medicine. But there's also medical education or screening, so targeted at the general population. Any actions that are being implemented by LGUs are effective and safe. By definition, they must be clinically effective. Every program should have an objective, a clearly defined one. The goal must be realistic and must be achieved within a set deadline. So every HPP has a timeline of its own. HPPs also have a set list of who can implement them. Those are LGUs, the Minister of Health. The ministry announces a call for proposals. They select HPP managers. They can be. It doesn't have to be local authorities, also local government entities. The opinions issued by the Polish HTA agency are binding and valid. Only if the opinion is positive, then the LGU can implement an HPP. Also, the Minister of Health can take up the implementation of an HPP. What is important is the regulation on HPPs and the Act of Law, which defines 11 components of an HPP. Each and every element should form part of an HPP. It must contain the name of the program, the timeline, the entity which designs the HPP, that must be an LGU or the Ministry of Health, the legal basis, Article 48A of the Medical Services Act, a description of a disease or health problem and the grounds for an HPP, and also outlining the population which will be targeted. If a recommendation was issued, this also should be indicated in the HPP application. And also some substantive elements, so the objective of the HPP, selection of the population and the intervention, which is EBM based, and also effectiveness measures, so how will it be quantified that the HPP was effective, and also a qualitative analysis which assesses the value of a program. So we measure, so it has to be ensured that the outcomes are measured. I've already talked about the templates of HPP. These are outlined by the regulation of the Minister of Health of 2017. After an HPP is completed, the LGU must send a report, a final report, within 3 months to the HTA agency. In the report, the LGU sums up which objectives have been reached, what went wrong. So that's a source of data and knowledge for the HTA agency when we design health policies. This is the procedure for analytical work which is performed at the Polish HTA agency. This process is similar to medicinal products. So we have appraisal and assessment. We start off with an assessment and then move on to an appraisal. The assessment starts with a request for the HTA agency's opinion, then an analytical report. On that basis, the Transparency Council issues an opinion, then the president of the Polish HTA agency issues an opinion, and a recommendation which is binding to LGUs is issues. And that's the situation since 2017. Now these recommendations are binding. A couple of statistics. I don't want to bore you with the legal information. The number of HPPs that has been submitted to the agency for an opinion. We have data from the very outset, so from 2009. First, we'll go with Silesia, more than 500 HPPs, then Mazovia, Lower Silesia, Lesser Poland, Greater Poland. It's not a race. However, I wanted to give you an overview. This also shows you which LGUs we most frequently work with. There's a lot of proposals from Lesser Poland too, so from the region where we are at the moment. The number of HPPs submitted to the agency has been steadily falling for some time. It peaked in 2017. There were a lot of submissions and requests for an opinion before the revision of the Medical Services Act, which regulates this area. But these HPPs were only budding at the moment. After 2017, their number dropped for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, many HPPs assessed before 2017 are still being continued. There is no reason to submit another request. Starting from 2019, the agency also issues recommendations for HPPs. Issuing a recommendation renders an opinion unnecessary. Therefore, the number of opinions dropped. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 also caused the number of health policy programs to decrease. Those numbers did not pick up again. COVID certainly had a great impact here. Also, the financial capacity of LGUs are important. If an LGU has the budget, they do implement HPP. Preventive medicine is most effective. It's not a bottomless pit that we have to keep filling up with money. We also need to change our mindset about this. About 100 HPPs a year are sent in annually. These are new programs that have never been subjected to an opinion. The health areas covered by HPPs, protective vaccination, are increasingly often listed in guaranteed services, medical services. The ministry places a lot of emphasis on vaccination programs. Very often, if a program turns out to be effective, they end up on the guaranteed medical benefits list and are reimbursed by the NHF. Then rehabilitation, oncology, stomatology, and reproductive medicine to a certain extent. We have the IVF program. The agency does not issue opinions on that until 2023-2024. Reproductive medicine was a leading topic and we issued a lot of opinions. Let me go back to this slide. These are data for the last 3 years. Regenerative rehabilitation is a topical issue, protecting eyesight and hearing. That's a topic that keeps coming up more and more often. Let me move on to recommendations of the president of the Polish HTA agency. We can say it's a prestigious task of the president, issuing recommendations and guidelines. The full name is Recommendations on Recommended Medical Technologies, Actions Implemented as Part of Health Policy Programs, and the Requirements of Implementing these programs. This is based on Article 48AA of the Act on Health Benefits. The LGUs, once they receive a recommendation, has a ready template that they can implement. Of course, they must add an extra description to adjust it to local needs. However, it facilitates the whole process for LGUs and the agency. The agency doesn't have to issue an opinion on a program, and the LGU doesn't have to wait 2 months for an opinion which may be negative. Therefore, the templates provided by the agencies facilitate the whole process. In breast cancer prevention, for example, LGUs can simply use a template. They don't have to design a program from scratch and seek recommendation. A couple of years ago, we encountered some problems in terms of opinions. The NHF required a positive opinion to provide reimbursement. Now, using a template eliminates that problem, as the opinion is in most cases positive. The procedure for issuing a recommendation. The president of the agency can do that on his own initiative. There is no limit to the number of recommendations. If a recommendation is requested by the Minister of Health, the agency has 4 months to issue a recommendation. It is prepared on the basis of an analytical report and appraisal. This is also described in the Medical Services Act. These tasks of the HTA agency president are described there. When we receive a lot of HPPs on a specific area, we identify it as a health need and we enter that into our list. In 2023, we've already issued 5 recommendations, though there are 3 in the slide. But it's already 5, and there will be more this year. Every recommendation should be updated at least every 5 years. We can see that in 2020, 15 recommendations were issued. That means this year they have to be updated. So 2025 is a busy year for the agency, especially for our department and for me. I won't quote specific recommendations. You can find them online on the website of our agency. You can look at the topics. 2020 focused on recommendations requested by the Minister of Health and at the initiative of the AUTMIT president. Together with the professor, we worked on a recommendation for a tobacco-related disease. In 2023, we issued a recommendation here, prevention of tobacco abuse, a very important recommendation. Compliance certificates. We've talked a lot about data. These are very important to us. Such compliance confirmations are very important to us, as then we know that LGUs comply with our guidelines. Here we have the number per region, how many LGUs comply with our guidelines. Many regions have yet to send us their declarations. In 2023, we received 116 such declarations. That's the highest number in recent years. Most frequently covered areas, those which LGUs pick for their HPPs, of course, osteoporosis, influenza, and HPV vaccinations. Osteoporosis probably due to the fact that we announced a call for proposals in focusing on that. My time is running out, so let me move on. Now, the elements which determine the success of an HPP. This is important. Please continue. HPPs and their success. Previously, I worked more on drug programs, and now I'm rather in prevention. There's a completely different approach here. Guidelines, recommendations, that's one thing, and then the implementation capabilities of LGUs are a different thing. We can't make the requirements too strict, or it will render implementation impossible. What are the determinants of HPP success? Of course, it's an analysis of health needs. LGUs do not find that problematic. They easily assess the expediency of a given health area. Then a review of epidemiological data. We had a question about that during the Q&A. My colleagues have an answer to that. But the analysis of health needs is indispensable at the beginning, and HTA is a critical, a systematic review as well. A systematic review of epidemiological data to make sure that a given program is required in a given population. Then performing a feasibility analysis of an HPP before it is launched. This is important at the planning stage to make sure that we have HPP managers which will meet the requirements of a given call, and whether an HPP is implementable at all or whether it will end in failure because no one will sign up for the HPP. Central programs have for years encountered the problems with recruitment. Then another element is a well-planned information campaign. So health needs, feasibility analysis, and information. I think those are the fundamentals. Then introducing remedies on the basis of ongoing monitoring, for example, on the basis of the results of satisfaction surveys and the recruitment rate. These should be monitored on a regular basis, also budget and budget implementation. The agency collects final reports on HPP implementation. Until the previous years, LGUs rather ignored this area, but the agency started paying greater attention to whether the final reports were submitted, and we're happy to see an increase in the number of submitted reports. The final report is a valuable source of knowledge of what succeeded and what failed in an HPP. However, a final report is not enough to assess the effectiveness of an HPP. We know that that a proposal of changes to the final report have already been submitted to the Ministry of Health. The scope of data will be expanded to include data that can allow for such an analysis. In preventive medicine, it's difficult to assess effectiveness. It's difficult to evaluate whether the interventions are effective. Sometimes we hear that prevention doesn't make sense. In some cases, well, it doesn't if the interventions are not effective. Thanks to final reports, we can actually check what was a success and what did not work. We can check whether an LGU implemented an HPP in line with our guidelines. And the last point, the decision to continue is a marker of success. Most frequent problems connected with HPPs from the perspective of LGUs, that's the lack of skills of writing, of designing HPPs. It's difficult, especially when you've never done it before. You also need HTA and methodological expertise. You need to know how to read the studies, how to interpret them. Planning the individual stages of an HPP also requires a high level of expertise. Those are the problems reported by LGUs. Employee churn in LGUs is also a problem. Ignorance of legal acts. This follows from final reports as well. We have a lot of queries about the Medical Services Act. There are also some legal gaps. You can interpret the provisions in a couple of ways. That's why we have a lot of work in responding to these queries. The agency proposed to clarify certain provisions. For example, after the president issues an opinion, then for how long can you wait until you implement the HPP? Is it a year? Is it 2 years? It is not clarified in the Medical Services Act, and it would reduce my work burden as well, because we would receive fewer queries and the situation would be more transparent for LGUs. But a proposal has already been submitted. And in compliance with the regulation of the Ministry of Health, for example, one of the 11 elements I talked about is missing, or a description is incompliant. Further problems is the lack of health needs assessment, or no feasibility analysis, or limited budget, or chaotic action descriptions. I have to advertise the Outmeets College, which has been providing education to LGUs for a long time now. We were even requested by the Kraków local authorities to repeat a training we provided some time ago. We take pride in that. We offer methodological training to help LGU officials comply with our guidelines and requirements. I am nearing the end of my presentation. So the comments of the president of Outmeets, what we correct in the applications. Effectiveness measures, the objectives which are incorrectly formulated. Effectiveness measures must be tailored to a given HPP. They must be aligned with the objectives. Every program can be different, and LGUs often find it difficult to design the right effectiveness parameters. Sometimes it's improving the health conditions, sometimes recruitment. Then incorrectly planned evaluation, that's also a stage LGUs find difficult. Duplicating guaranteed medical benefits. This follows from the law that an HPP cannot duplicate guaranteed medical services. At the same time, the Act allows from HPP programs to be funded by the NHF when it duplicates some guaranteed medical benefits. So this is a bit confusing. Then imprecise lack of precision when determining the target population. Sometimes a given intervention is not recommended for the general population, only for a specific group of patients, and that is not always well described, and an incoherent budget. The last point, frequently asked questions. These questions are often asked by LGUs, and that's great because the agency should serve a consulting function. These questions can be divided into different categories. Before submitting an HPP for an opinion, at that preparation stage, questions focus mainly on legal provisions, so provisions of the Act and the regulation. Such knowledge is indispensable. We have just two documents here: the Medical Services Act and the regulation of the Minister of Health. Once an opinion is issued and received, we receive questions which are not clarified in the legal acts. These are questions whether LGUs must report the launch of an HPP, or questions whether the LGU must inform the HTA agency that it has taken all recommendations from the opinion into account. Well, they don't have to inform us, but they do have to implement everything that we ask for. And then questions about modifying the HPP after an opinion is issued. Yes, it is possible, but not in terms of the description of an intervention or outlining the population. You can increase the number of participants, you can increase the budget, you can also decrease the budget. Especially in terms of preventive vaccination, it's important to ensure the right effectiveness measures. In this slide, I show you examples of questions. For example, is it necessary to obtain another opinion after receiving another recommendation? These questions also concern continued programs and questions whether an opinion should be updated. If you're not sure about your program, then I encourage you to contact you. Sometimes if there are some changes introduced, even if you think the changes are small, it's worth asking us. Many questions concerned the guaranteed benefits package once an HPP has been implemented and the list of guaranteed medical services has been changed. For example, the vaccination covered by the HPP is now a guaranteed service. In such cases, under Article 148 AAA of the Medical Services Act, such an HPP can be prematurely finished to make sure there is no duplication of guaranteed medical services. And such a program can be brought to an end without having to comply with the recommendation on the timeline. A lot of questions concern the compliance declarations, how they should be drafted, whether there is a template. And we proposed such a compliance declaration template. There are also substantive questions about the scope of the intervention or individual interventions or technologies. Whether a given recommendation covers a specific intervention. We have a lot of questions of that sort. Thank you very much for your attention, and I invite you to visit the agency's website.
Thank you so much for this detailed presentation. I'm really happy that we are recording it because it was so full of information that it will be worth to replay the presentation to get all the details. We try to present perspective of different stakeholders, both systemic institutions, the public institutions, and other stakeholders. This allows us for a broader analysis. In this changing environment, we have to react quickly, and local governments, self-governments can react quickly and implement various interventions quicker than on a national level. I think that vaccinations are an example of an area where local governments are particularly strong and fighting with some barriers where vaccinating certain populations with the right evidence allows for taking global reimbursement decisions. A lot has changed in this area, and I'm glad about it, because this discussion about vaccinations and getting rid of the barriers is a huge step forward. I'm really happy that the agency is so interactive. We can see that not just by the participation in our symposiums, but also the fact that you have an ongoing dialogue that you hold with other stakeholders. So we encourage you to write the agency, to call them. They always are very responsive and they are a great source of knowledge. If you're preparing a health program and have any doubts before you send the final document, ask the agency and they will clarify anything. This will streamline the implementation process. If I may just add, I would like to encourage you to contact us in terms of trainings. A city like Kraków or other satellite towns can, for example, report a need for training. You can contact me or president of HTA, the HTA agency, and we'll try to hold a training session either online or on site, and we'll do our best to train you, provide you the necessary knowledge. We have the cutoff time at 7 p.m. today. That's the end of this session and the whole symposium. Of course, our presentations will be consistent, and they will not be extended too much. However, Tomasz Tataro was given leniency to extend his presentation, and hence, at least, we answered several questions which normally would have been posed in the discussion. We have 3 representatives of local governments. The Association of Polish Cities is represented by Marek Wójcik, the representative of that association for legislative matters. You all know Poland's greatest optimist. And he will tell us a little bit about providing the right data, but also about being optimistic, because we definitely do need passionate people. We need optimists. Marek, the floor is yours. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you for the invitation, but also would like to congratulate on the anniversary, the 20th anniversary. I want to congratulate the agency and want to congratulate the HTA agency for its 20 years and CESTAH. I think that in terms of supporting local governments in implementing health policy programs, you are definitely mature, you came of age. So I can now pronounce you professors in this area. I want to congratulate you. You are great in what you do. Well, you put me into the shoes of this optimist, so I need to mention that. But I am a skeptical optimist, regardless of how that sounds like. I will try not to go beyond my time. The presentation is an informative one. I will focus on a few elements which regard mostly the future, but I will take 15 seconds to do something else as well. It might be a bit surprising, but I'm sure you will not be cross at me. When I was to talk about 20 years before and in the future, I decided to make a division of how it was, how it is now, and about how it will be in the future. I came to the conclusion that I should start with priorities, because priorities evolve. I present some elements on a national level. the national level and the local government levels are interconnected by legal frameworks. And so when I talk about local governments, I will be referring to the national level as well. Unfortunately, public health is not sufficiently recognized by the healthcare system. We keep focusing on the short term, the term of one political term of the government. And I wish that someone would finally understand that prevention measures can impact greatly on, among others, the finances of the healthcare system. So as an optimist, I do not see, or a skeptical optimist, I don't see a lot of changes in this area for the future. But in the years to come, we will be observing the change of the primary healthcare. The change of priorities. So health in various contexts, for example, the context of the climate change, there will be a need to identify what is diverse in different regions. We would not like restorative medicine to be as dominant as it is now, at least when there is a fight for getting funds. So we spent a lot on inpatient treatment. Around 55% of all healthcare costs are costs of inpatient treatment. I think nowhere in the world is there a country which spends so much on restorative medicine instead of focusing on prevention. When it comes to priorities of self-governments, they have been changing as well. On the one hand, this issue of initiating certain programs with public health. So the issues of counteracting alcoholism, tobacco smoking, substance abuse, posture defects, eyesight defects. Now there is a shift that we are observing, and currently there is a trend that we are observing and which will continue in the future. That's a trend regarding mental health, especially with regards to young children and teenagers. Unfortunately, we should get ready for this change. Also, issues related to rehabilitation. Already now it is a subject of a lot of programs implemented by local governments, directed at senior citizens, but also younger people. I think that it will be possible to achieve something that we're striving at, that is related to epidemiological data and the health index. So we will need to use, to a greater degree, the knowledge of experts who deal with collecting data on health needs. When it comes to management and how it was, how it is, and how it will be, there is a huge dynamics of civilizational and demographic changes. So thank you. Right now I'm looking at the representative of the agency. I want to thank you for reacting to those changes, that you prepared the guidelines which take into account civilization changes. Also vaccinations. It's great that we don't need to ask you for recommendations. They are already there, and some of the vaccinations were entered into the guaranteed benefits package. When it comes to the final report, I would like to ask you to be, well, that's a delicate matter. But please be lenient, because we don't really want to snitch on one another. I would like you to ask us to be autonomous in local governments. And that's not because we are lazy, but if for some reasons the program is still lying somewhere in the drawer of the agency and waiting for better times, please allow us to act. Provide us with autonomy. You drew your attention to something which I wanted to underline. One of the doubts that you presented is that we keep duplicating some services which are already in the guaranteed benefits package. Well, yes, but it's because the legislation forces us to do so. I'm looking at Madam Director because we did the same programs. The National Health Fund, the Małopolskie Województwo, the Kraków City. We were fighting for the possibility to combine funds from different sources, the National Health Fund and local governments. It turned out that we can do it, but only with regard to those services which are included in the guaranteed benefits package. So do not be surprised that we focus on these services if we have this limitation. We have this doubtful privilege today of implementing guaranteed benefits package, that way basically implementing the obligations of the National Health Fund. That's what we get the funding for. We have been asking for 7 years now to be able to return to a solution where we can get co-financing to smart healthcare programs which involve services which are not included in the guaranteed benefits package. Currently, it is not possible. So we do focus on what is included in the guaranteed benefits package. We would like to focus on other services. From the national level, I want to say that we are not faring badly. If we had a look at other European countries with regard to smoking cessation, you can see that we have been quite successful. A lot of other European countries are lagging behind. Also, HPV, that's been very popular. It's a good thing, but we'd like us to adopt a more coordinated approach, not just ad hoc measures. We want a system which allows for an organized management, because from the legal perspective, the National Health Program is not necessarily a strategic document which allows us for quicker, effective actions. There are huge differences between regions. I will show you one picture that I had prepared, one chart. Ladies and gentlemen, here you can. I know that some of the picture is not visible, but on the bottom you don't see those local governments which spend very little money. The bigger powiat cities have the save the day and have the largest number of programs. I'm showing this to show you that there is a huge diversification between local governments. I think that the worst aspect of that is that powiat cities are no longer participating in such programs. This is how we spend on healthcare programs, how much we've been spending since 2010 until 2024. Though the last bar is 2024, sometimes I correct my presentation at the very end. Just assume that the last bar is 2023. So the last bar is on the same level as the year before. And you can see, let's just not focus on the COVID year, but year by year, the same funds are spent, but when it comes to purchasing power, less is being spent. But it's not our fault. Without external support, without support of other entities, we won't be able to pay for such programs. Since we are talking about money, I have to show you this thing, because these are the main sources of financing our healthcare programs. And unfortunately, with regard to some of them, I have my objections. For example, the medical fund. This is some kind of a joke. That's the 5th year of the fund. There's only been one program on osteoporosis, and it was quite unsuccessful. There was supposed to be 112 million Polish zloty, and there were only 30 million. So from the medical fund, when there's one sub-fund dedicated to this area, we are really disappointed with this medical fund. I have to say this because if the national structures don't support us, local governments, which are of key importance for meeting the objectives of public health policies, will not be able to function. I regret to say that it is more and more difficult for local government representatives to get the necessary funding, to get the funds for their initiatives. Probably the situation in Kraków is the same. So I have a lot of respect for everyone who deals with this issue, that you do get the money from somewhere. But I do have my objections. I am disgruntled. I'm not just talking about the last government, but it's been more than 10 years. Less and less external funds were directed at us. We manage thanks to EU funds, and I hope that the bad scenario won't come into fruition, that the funds will be put only into a central level, and then we won't get any funds for prevention from those sources. Public health will always lose with, let's say, infrastructural development projects. So we expect more support. Since we've spent 126 million from our own revenues, we should have at least one program which would transform and provide us with funds. It should be there, but we still haven't received it. So the financial issue is important. I think that we can change it. In this respect, I am an optimist, but mostly because the awareness of taking the need to take care of your health is increasing in Poland. But this is increasing awareness in local governments, increasing awareness among people that we are responsible for our health, not the doctor. Look how many people have took up jogging, for example. But we have to be serious about our actions. We can't do just sham actions. We have to be effective in our initiatives. When it comes to legislation, we have this breakthrough moment of the Act on Public Health, which was in 2015. Now it will be amended. Still, a lot of responsibility is being shifted to local governments to organize public health aspects without providing them with the right legal framework. I hope that such services will be included in the guaranteed benefits package, and that local governments can use public health services and implement such projects. Human resources. I counted. In Poland, we've had a lot of people studying the Faculty of Public Health. At the beginning of the second decade, there was around 1,700 students. Now it's 2,500, and only few of them work in local governments. I counted how many people who work full-time in local governments and deal with public health. That's around 700, and these are mostly marshals' offices and large cities. Elsewhere, it's people who have all different types of tasks, not just public health. As an optimist, I hope that those graduates of public health faculties will be employed in local governments, because currently they are mostly employed in the healthcare system and they get much more money. Without good human resources, without good personnel, we won't be as effective as we could be. We will be able to continue this topic in the discussion part. So just the 15 seconds that I wanted. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Another important voice in this discussion, the perspective of local government units. Let's take the calls for the implementation of recommendation implementations. Osteoporosis, that was one example. Some said it was an interference in LGU sovereignty. LGUs want to implement the programs they feel are necessary and that the diagnoses point to. That's one issue, and another is to provide financing not just for the needs diagnosed by the ministry or the HTA agency, but also those diagnosed by the LGUs. Experience and knowledge is also an important issue. The capability to obtain funding. HPPs can help gain such experience and apply for other programs, not necessarily Polish ones. Therefore, this is a source of valuable knowledge. Our next speaker is a representative of the National Institute of Health, the Polish Hygiene Center, Madam Anna Smaga. We welcome her warmly and thank her for her time. We're very pleased that you can support us here on a Friday afternoon. Health condition and its determinants on the voivodeship and powiat levels. Do we know how to manage health in a long-term perspective? That's the title of the presentation. Thank you for inviting me. I am a speaker who has listened to all the previous presentations, and I'm in a pickle now. The question is, do we know how to manage health in a long-term perspective? The title of my presentation, it's a provocation, and clearly in my presentation, I won't be giving a full answer. My challenge is all the greater as I want to encourage you to take a long-term perspective. The previous speaker already started talking about the future. And I want to encourage you to take a broad perspective to health, so determinants of health, not specific interventions. I encourage you to adopt a strategic perspective, though I am fully aware how difficult that is. I will try to contribute to the discussion by doing so. We talked about objectives. Why are we engaged in public health? What HPPs are about. We need to clearly outline the objectives of HPPs. But first, let me show you some figures and encourage you to adopt a broad perspective on health. I think this slide is already familiar to you, the average life expectancy of men and women. We would love it to go up. That last peak, that last drop is, of course, the COVID turbulence. Women over 82 years of age, men almost 75. That's the average life expectancy. We're still lagging behind the EU average in terms of men, that's 4 years, and women 2 years behind. we have divided our population, split into men and women, and now let me break it down into powiats for you. And suddenly, it becomes clear why I'm encouraging you to take this bird's eye view. We're very diverse. Local communities are extremely diverse. Life expectancy for men and women differs between different powiats. In the case of men, it's almost a 9-year difference. And in the case of women, it's more than 6 years of a difference between the lowest and highest average life expectancy across powiats. Now, is this a good starting point for planning and for reflecting on health needs in the long-term perspective? I think it's the right indicator. We have to assess local communities and their needs individually. Of course, it's not just geographic differentiation that we need to take into account. There are also other disparities. It follows also from different sources. In this slide, you can see life expectancy broken down by education level. This is the life expectancy of 30-year-olds, men and women. As of today, that figure for women with higher education is 56 years of age for those over 30. And in terms of lower middle school or lower education, that's over 47 years. So see, there are differences even between education levels. We keep saying we're different, but we have to take that into account in public health. We need to ask ourselves, why are we so different? How can we ascertain that? Of course, in the long-term perspective, the goal is to improve the situation. In strategic planning, I suggest that you start off with a broad definition of health. Life expectancy is shaped by different correlates and different determinants, which impact the final results. We are creating something we call an analytical framework. We have a vast sea of data at our disposal, and we want that analytical framework to help us draw conclusions on health and also on the factors and the root causes that we should focus on. We refer to the broad definition of health by the WHO. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity or disability. So that's a very long-term perspective. Of course, we talk about social and economic factors, behavioral factors. We talk about the healthcare system as an important determinant of health. You mentioned priorities. The analytical framework helps us identify those determinants which seem most important in the long term. Now let's see what's behind this. If we look at our civilization, we can see that this covers access to transportation routes, about environment pollution, about road safety. All of these determinants can impact the health condition of local residents. In health strategies, it should be defined what is important in a given local area. In our team at the National Institute of Public Health, we engaged in a reflection on how we as an institution could contribute. How could we support local governments to help them with their strategic planning? Once we understand the situation well, and we want to learn more about it, we will be able to help. We believe that Poland does not have an effective support system that helps diagnose the health situation and that helps planning health actions. We believe there is no such framework that can help identify, define, and align needs with the necessary actions. LGUs perform different public health tasks, so we've already discussed that, but their resources, their human resources, are limited. The previous speaker already talked about that. On top of that, I would say that there are limited analytical resources. We're talking about very complex phenomena. Therefore, analytical resources at different LGU levels simply don't have the time to take on additional tasks. So we need a system for that. Some of the interventions do not fully meet local health needs. We're in the midst of analyzing this in the Profibaza system. We register about 13,000 interventions every year. However, our analyses indicate that there is a need for more action in terms of better alignment and greater effectiveness. I'm aware this is a very general conclusion that I just shared with you. However, we firmly believe that it's worth delving into. We also know that if we want to engage in pro-health activities, then the scope of data and issues that need to be analyzed is very broad. And certainly systemic support is required. We need local analyses of health behaviors and risk factors. We think there is room for improvement in this area, and our institute can play a role here. Coming back to my question, can we manage health in a long-term perspective? Yes, under certain conditions. We need to introduce some changes. We believe we need to strengthen systemic support for LGUs, support that will facilitate planning. Once we have a good plan, implementation of public health tasks will be facilitated. It will also facilitate their post-implementation evaluation. Though we know we're talking about a very long-term outcome, waiting for health conditions to improve, what you mentioned, is sometimes very difficult. It would be very time-consuming, but we're celebrating our 20th anniversary, so maybe that's the time horizon we should adopt for our actions. We should provide access to reliable epidemiological, demographic, and social data. The goal is to facilitate planning, but also to prepare documentation that make it possible for preparing documentation for the Polish HTA agency. It will also be more anchored in a local reality and based on well-processed data. The next point is the challenge of modern times. We need to find a way to transfer scientific knowledge in a user-friendly way. We have limited human resources, limited time, and we need to make the data as useful as possible. We hope that strategic planning can be based on health priorities and interventions. We believe they should be based on an analysis of trends and health forecast. Not everything can be done by means of central data. We believe they can be supplemented by statistical data from surveys conducted across local communities. I believe that there are studies conducted like that, and then the decisions will be more effective. The effect we want to achieve is the answer to the question whether strategic planning can cover the long term. If we succeed in ensuring all of these points, we will achieve more effective, more efficient, and better tailored public health measures. We will help support local government decisions. We are very engaged in this area. We're creating specific tools for that. Just before I end my presentation, let me share one more sentence. Let me go back to the roots. We're talking about data-driven decisions. Before decisions are driven by data, the data must be of high quality. If we have low quality data, they will lead us to erroneous conclusions. I have examples of two sources of data. The first one is hospital data, which we received from the Central Statistical Office. They are reported based on the ZLK11 form. All hospitals are obliged to report the hospitalization rate every month. It's one of the more important components of the population health analysis that is conducted in Poland. And we see missing data on the reason for hospitalization. What does that mean? If somebody is hospitalized due to trauma or poisoning, and we want to understand which problem should be addressed, then we must know the cause of the injury. We can see the missing data in these graphs. 61% in the Mazovian region, 61% of hospitalization due to trauma or poisoning. These records do not contain information on the cause of the hospitalization. And then for comparison, Silesia, no missing information. So we have low quality and high quality data. The slide, the left-hand side shows us an analysis based on the causes of death. That is, which diseases caused a death of a patient. When we analyze differentiation between regions, we can differentiate our actions in those local communities. It also shows us the percentage of garbage codes. WHO's defined 10 codes as garbage codes. They don't tell you anything. For example, if the cessation of circulation of blood, well, anyone who dies experiences that. It doesn't help you with analyzing the root causes of anything. So I just want to sensitize you to low quality data. We will be working on that certainly. And my last slide, which is a bit of a sum up. Effective management of health is about understanding its broader definition. We need to diagnose problems and needs based on social, economic, environmental, and behavioral determinants. Many factors fall beyond the healthcare system, beyond the primary interventions or medical technologies. Coordination between the health and social policies is crucial. Data help diagnose the situation. Without data, it's difficult to plan actions aligned with local needs. But we need a system of support for LGUs. Without a support system for LGUs, none of this will happen. And we will contribute to that process of improving public health. There's a lot of data. We will work on their accessibility, and that's the project we are currently working on. Thank you for your attention. That was my last slide.
Thank you. This is such important information because on one hand you have declarations from representatives of this institute about supporting new tools and engagement in local government programs. Local governments need your support, need tools which can be used safely with the conviction that they are robust and credible, and which will allow them to take rational decisions. Because I take part in various local meetings and we come across such comments a lot, that these actions are useful, they appreciate such actions, so the more tools like that, the better. So thank you for this declaration. Maybe not more tools, but let's keep them effective and robust. Let's keep them effective. We talk so much about public health. It's obvious that we have to need to have a space for the public, the consultant on public health, and this is the time when I can present Łukasz Balwicki, who is the national consultant on public health, and his colleague. And now the presentation. Public health challenges in Poland and the role of local governments, coordinated care, the paradigm shift and its impact on local government operations. Thank you, and I will have the chance to present the priorities which are important from the perspective of local government. But I think what Dr. Anna Tyrańska-Fopke will say after me will be even more important. Before I move on to my presentation, have you considered an offer of trainings organized not just for local governments but also government level officials? I think the agency should expand their offer. I think a lot of government officials would also use training on the efficiency of public health programs. I think there is an unmet need here. I think a lot of people who work in governmental organizations do not really know what all this is about and how the effectiveness of an intervention can be measured. Great. It's important because we need to have some relevant knowledge. This is a measurable area. But when it comes to priorities, I want to shed a broader light because we have to keep in mind what public health really is. Ms. Anna Smaga said very well that when we talk about public health, we focus on modifying health determinants. Indeed, the definition of public health programs can narrow this range a bit. We start thinking about hospitals, about clinics, about the existing infrastructure. But let's keep in mind that to do public health the right way, to change our habits, we have to adopt a broader perspective. If we want to promote physical activity, we have to have the necessary infrastructure, for example, bike racks, cycle paths. If we want kids to eat healthily, we have to invest in the right canteens at school. If we want to take care of the mental health of our teenagers, local governments maybe should consider introducing bans on using mobile phones in schools. So this slide, which shows the broadly understood health determinants, which is also promoted by the WHO in line with the sustainability objectives, we cannot have a narrow mindset. We cannot narrow it down to some scope which fits some narrow definition. The local government can build those cycle paths, can build that canteen, can change local policies which would discourage alcohol with a lot of alcohol at parties or advertisements of tobacco products, as is currently the case in various events in local areas. So let's have the broadly understood public health in mind. Let's keep in mind the priority and how much the risk factors are impacting our health. Cardiovascular issues, diabetes. I like this slide because the roots are underground. The politicians are trying not to see what is under the surface. Well, yes, let's focus on opening a new hospital or fighting a specific disease, but fighting causes of civilization diseases, it's not so popular. But if we look at the impact of health factors on how much healthy years they take away, it's terrifying. The DALI measure is really great. It shows very well how many years of life, healthy years of life, are taken away by some health aspects. Tobacco, hypertension, food habits, high BMI, alcohol consumption, air pollution, all those factors we really can impact and this can be modified. So let's keep that in mind, and we should use that to set priorities for some actions at the local government. In 2023, as mentioned by Mr. Tatara, a recommended program was published with regard to smoking cessation and prevention in general. I hope that more and more local governments will use that template. And this is very well grounded and can be used by various local governments. All those risk factors lead to those symptoms that we see, the cardiovascular diseases. When we look at the mortality statistics, this is the main cause. Fortunately, we know what contributes to this burden of disease with cardiovascular diseases. We have to keep in mind that it is an aging society we are talking about. So some elements which can impact healthy aging should be taken care of by local governments to make sure that they are not so burdened with various aspects. Also, mental health. In Great Britain, they've been talking about it for a long time, that loneliness is a risk factor. This is something that the local government can impact because zoning plans also are of importance. If there is no park where people can go out and meet other people, this is something that I always keep talking about. Let's not focus on narrow programs, but not just services, but also infrastructure which fosters healthy living. So that this is a good slogan, make the healthy choice an easy choice. This is the motto we should follow. One more remark. I really value the activity of local governments, but this is not enough. We also need support from the national structures because of the inequalities between specific regions. Some local governments don't have the funds, don't have the support, which allows for bigger programs. So we need support like the ones that provided by the Institute of Ms. Smaga. I mentioned mental health. We still have quite low turnout in screening programs. It's good that local governments can support this. Before I give the floor to Dr. Tyrańska-Wodka, we should definitely be fostering healthy living by the right infrastructure. We should combine services with infrastructural solutions. Public health programs should really reflect the burden of disease. DALI should definitely be used more and more often to set the priorities. Screening tests should definitely be supported. Currently, too few people do show up for screening tests. Without the support of local governments, this will not be possible. Of course, coordinating crisis situations. I know that COVID provided some exercises in this regard, but we will be facing new such challenges. Cooperation with NGOs. Data should be easily available, and the aforementioned cooperation with NGOs. I am exercising pressure on the National Sanitary Inspectorate with regard to communicable diseases. I think that the Sanitary Inspectorate needs to be reformed, needs to adopt a new role so that it is more effective.
That was 15 seconds. When I saw that we had almost a 3-hour panel, I thought we need a different example for every area. We're already sitting here for 90 minutes. I'd like to encourage you to get up, everyone, not just us on stage. And I would like us all to take a big breath in, lift your arms up to the sky, breathe in, lower your arms, breathe out, breathe in, arms up, breathe out again. The world is beautiful again. It was wonderful to move around a bit. Would you like to keep standing? No problem. I just wanted to liven you up. Thank you for this reinvigorating break too. Ladies and gentlemen, just a couple of words for me. I was requested to add the perspective of coordinated care. I will talk about coordinated care in primary health care. We talked about the absence of data. We have no idea what's happening in PHC. Let me just confirm that. We don't know. We have no idea what's going on there. In terms of an introduction, a bit about the paradigm change. Why coordinated care? We had the traditional ad hoc treatment, which was focused on a given disease when it presented symptoms. Now we've remodeled that in the direction of integrated, coordinated care. Integrated or coordinated, these are synonyms which are used in the same context. These cover diagnosis, therapy, prevention, and education. We also want our patients to have a sense of agency, especially in chronic diseases. Patients become a partner to their own treatment process. Of course, coordination won't work without support from the lowest level, from PHS through hospitals, outpatient care, and social services. I'm looking towards the local government representatives here. This follows not just from the scientific standpoint. We adopt different approaches to this issue. One of the strategic documents we're working with, a policy paper on health protection, indicates clearly there is a need for focusing on the patient, on the quality of care and medical service coordination. That's the direction the system is taking in its development. A couple of examples of implementation in Poland. I'm closest to coordinated care at the primary level, but we can't neglect other solutions at higher levels of healthcare. The cardiological network, oncological network, or coordinated care over pregnant women. We also have PHC Plus, a pilot of coordinated care in primary healthcare, and starting from the 1st of October 2025 is coordinated care in a PHC. How did coordinated care enter PHC? How did it move from a pilot to full-blown implementation of these medical services? We've already gathered some data, and I took the liberty of listing the most important evidence we have from the PHC Plus pilot and the coordinated care that has been present for 3 years at the level of PHC. So the waiting time for a cardiological consult has been shortened. Coordinated care is based on a multidisciplinary team. 95% of healthcare facilities are implementing active contact with patients through a health coordinator. This is about making appointments, granting access to results, reminders about consultations and visits. The report on PHC Plus indicates that in the diabetic patient pathway, patients report their achievements. What patients reported was that they gained a better understanding of their disease and higher health competencies, so higher health literacy and better understanding of their disease. Of course, not everything is that rosy. One of the bigger challenges that emerged after the pilot was completing the full cascade of care, so providing every single service up to the very last one, which has been foreseen in the legal regulations. 40% of that pathway remained incomplete. I'm presenting you with data which cover quality of care and organization of care. We don't have information about clinical effectiveness because at the moment we simply don't have such data. We don't have such data yet. I have the pleasure and the honor to be part of a research team that is measuring clinical effectiveness in the coordinated care pathway for cardiology patients in primary health care. And soon we will be starting a similar analysis for diabetic coordinated care in primary health care. We have a lot of evidence about the effectiveness of coordinated care across the globe. Even WHO points to coordination as the foundation of effective healthcare. Systemic reviews, for example, in Cochrane, also point to organization of healthcare, quality of medical services, and patient satisfaction as important elements. Data on effectiveness are scarce, but they are coherent in these pathways. We see results wherever we have an active coordinator and consistent treatment plans. In PHC, it is called EPON for Polish patients with chronic diseases. Let me explain in greater detail what coordinated care is about at the primary healthcare. This is a leaflet of the Polish Family Medicine Society. It's available on the website. The address is in the slide. There are 3 available pathways that you can see in the leaflet. Actually, we have 5 available pathways in Polish primary health care. There's been a development here. In this educational material, you can see that we also have a pulmonology and endocrinology pathway. That's on top of the previous 3 that existed. As I've said, it's a multidisciplinary team headed by the coordinator. We have the family doctor, which is the starting point, a nurse, a dietitian. A dietitian was the missing link in the system, and now there is a dietary consultation funded by the NHF. We have 5 thematic areas which are covered by the coordinated care program. And all of this is delivered at the primary health level. There is no outpatient care at this point even. A bit of statistics on the implementation. In Poland, starting from the 1st of October 2022, we've launched coordinated care in the broader scope. Just over 5% of PHC facilities applied for its implementation. That has gone up to 30% in 2023. As at the beginning of September of this year, it's just over 60% of PHC facilities in Poland. Most of them, unfortunately, implements only one pathway, most often the cardiological one. However, they have the option of implementing all of them. Irrespective of the number of implemented pathways, they are included in the data I'm presenting now. I will show you an example from the beautiful city of Kraków, how these pathways work in practice. Some more figures for you, statistical data. The structure of services delivered in coordinated care in 2024 in PHC, more than 2 million medical services were educational consultations provided by a coordinator or an educator. Then we have a comprehensive consultation with a physician. Let's see that a lot of these services were dietary consults. Let me show you a map which illustrates the location of coordinated care in PHC in powiats. The darker the color, the more such facilities. We also have white spots on the map. There are no such primary healthcare facilities in those regions which are implementing coordinated care. Not all facilities cover all 5 pathways. And let me give you the example of Kraków, which is hosting us today. As of the 1st of September, 55 facilities in Kraków have signed a contract for coordinated care. That's about 1/3 of PHCs in Kraków. And let's see the distribution. 48 out of these 51 provides the diabetic coordinated care pathway, 45 endocrinological, cardiology 47, pulmonology 41, and nephrology 19 only. We see quite large discrepancies. All 5 pathways are provided only by 15 PHC facilities. Only 15 provide the full array of coordinated care pathways. I see my time is running out. Let me just finish off. What I want to say to local government officials is that I want to encourage you to find out in your region which PHCs provide coordinated care and which pathways they offer. I encourage you to inform your residents about this. Coordinated care is a comprehensive and broad intervention which is provided close to the residents. It can also respond to the complaints that we sometimes receive. I worked in a local government and I received complaints from patients about lack of access to specialist doctors. And here that access is provided at the primary healthcare level. We don't even leave the lowest level of healthcare. In the slide, I list different materials that you can download. This is the NHF website. You have printouts here that you can download and use. If you have some extra resources in your budget, then you can take on such informational activity across your citizens. And I would like to call on those local governments which cover hospitals, not necessarily specialist or outpatient clinics, but I would like to call on you to establish links between primary healthcare and those hospitals to ensure the seamless implementation of these coordinated care pathways. Sometimes specialist doctors cannot implement one of the 5 pathways due to a lack of communication. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. That's all from us.
Thank you so much for this yet another piece in this jigsaw puzzle. For local government officials, it's so important that this coordinated care offers different types of scopes. And take into account this data, this local data from coordinated care when planning your own health policy plans, because it looks differently for coordinated care. I'm happy that in the meantime we've arranged for training also for central government officials. It would be an added value if agency could provide also that. And I remember a situation from the past times where there were a few negative recommendations of the agency, and they applied to programs developed by central institutions, not local governments. So those officials also need support and training. We have a very strong representation from the Pomeranian, so Pomorskie Voivodeship. It does not seem to be a coincidence. They are very active. I am really happy that we are following these trends. Also, the current Minister of Health is from Pomerania. We want to show the practical aspects to what local governments are dealing with every day. And another practical aspect is finding funds, spending them as well as possible, and hence we asked the representative of the Pomeranian Voivodeship, Aleksandra Gac, who works in the Marshal's office of the Pomeranian office, the Department of Health, on how from the voivodeship level we can build cooperation with local governments. Yes, I am a representative. I am also in. I am a graduate of public health, so I work in local governments. So I increase the statistics that Mr. Wójcik mentioned. I will present a perspective of the local governments again, and I want to say that in their everyday work, local governments contact various stakeholders: inhabitants, patients, healthcare professionals, and also representatives of healthcare facilities, which are owned by voivodeships, and also NGOs. And each of those stakeholders have slightly different needs and presents different needs from the health area. And we try to address all those needs, and we try to answer those needs without any costs. We simply point to the right paths of communication. We bring various stakeholders together. But when we start thinking about launching and using some funds at the voivodeship level, the decision and administrative process is always a lengthy one. And sometimes it is even justified. And it's worth to keep this aspect in mind. Those those funds that we have can be divided into two main groups. Two local sources and the EU. So the first category are those actions which we performed by ourselves or which we outsource to some institutions, and they mostly regard health promotion. There are also tasks which we entrust to entities which we do, and we do so in a competition procedure, and then an NGO entity which meets the right requirements performs such tasks, and health policy programs which we create by ourselves or we commission to external experts. And here the rules of the game are simple. Or at least, maybe not simple, but well known. We have a design of the program, we have the health needs maps, we have a lot of faith in our capacities, and at the end we have the recommendation of the president of the agency. But when we talk about EU funds, with regard to health policy programs, a positive opinion of the president is only an introduction to an entire series of actions which needs to be taken to prepare and implement such a program. Not just a health policy program, but also other health-related initiatives other than the health policy programs. And the core of this project always is a health service, which is provided in a personalized form adjusted to the needs of the recipient. In every perspective, it evolves. These health services are surrounded by social services in the social aspect. And before I move on, let me give you an example of a specific health service, so long-term care at homes. Let's say the basic service is a nursing service or rehabilitation at home. We supplement it by social services like social assistants or guardians, but at that time we have to identify white spots. We have to identify groups at risk of exclusion. We probably should involve also NGOs which are active in this area, and maybe also involve employers. And depending on the project, sometimes also the education system. The next step which we should carry out, which is recommended for such project, is involving the family or informal caregivers of such an individual. But we should also support this by including neighborhood voluntary work and also other services related to that condition. And also another element which has been appearing recently for those health or health social programs is introducing the idea of One Health. So taking into account environmental conditions and living conditions of the beneficiary, which have a direct or indirect impact on the well-being of that person. So you can see that suddenly this structure of this action became quite complex. So the idea is sound. We combine those various aspects. So we do something which at a central level is existing quite separately. So implementing such a program is associated with a certain risk. I personally think that the risk is not low, but we can manage that risk. We can manage the risk, but not by ourselves. If we do it as part of a structure of one local government, we will hit a wall of limited resources. So cooperation is of key importance. And I don't mean just work and collaboration with regard to designing the project, but also with regard to diagnosing, so selecting the right data, creating tools for evaluating and monitoring the program so that we can quickly and adequately react to any challenges that might come up, and also taking into account feasibility aspects, which we can perform by verifying what the situation is with regard to the entities which will be implementing the program. Now I will focus on the collaboration element. I will focus on a practical example of one program we are implementing. It is a rather simple program, so vaccination against whooping cough, which is being performed by the Pomeranian Local Government Forum for Prevention and Health, Prophylaxis and Health Promotion, also called POFOS. This is an entity or a platform which allows for collaboration between various stakeholders of the region. We meet on average once a quarter, and then we share our current challenges, we present our achievements and try to solve issues together. Such meetings usually take place on site. This allows us to build informal networking, which then helps us successfully carry out joint actions together. When I talk about joint programs, I don't mean just signing a cooperation agreement, also financial involvement of all parties. So the voivodeship, informal talks between colleagues during such quarterly meetings and other meetings. We would meet with representatives of specific powiats, and we would have friendly conversations of whether implementing such a joint venture is feasible and what conditions needs to be met from the voivodeship government and the powiat governments for this to be possible. And this led to declarations of cooperation, which became formal as a result of signing an agreement in July this year. Then a competition was held, which helped select an entity which is in charge of implementing the program. And this week we signed an agreement for implementation of the program. And now what lies ahead is promoting the whole initiative and actual implementation, which will take place this year and next year. This whole venture was quite a challenge for the powiat local governments. It was an organizational challenge, and it was also a challenge for the voivodeship local government because it had to organize the whole venture. But I hope that this will translate to a joint success. And this is also because contributing financially by everyone also is a good motivator. Because when we engage funds of everyone, a big level of trust is being created between the different levels of local governments. I don't want it to sound the wrong way, but a certain level of boldness and courage is created. It empowers either local governments of powiats, or it encourages cooperation. So I definitely encourage you to experiment with this model of cooperation and tightening cooperation as part of local government, and not only. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is not the first program you're implementing according to this model. I had the great pleasure of taking part in the Pomeranian Local Government Forum, POFOS. I've taken part of it a couple of times. I think it's a great idea. I think all voivodeships should have a forum of their own. And they should create an acronym that can be aligned with their local reality. Thank you for such great initiatives. Thank you for the presentation. We could also touch upon another issue, how to encourage beneficiaries to participate in HPPs. But I think that's an issue for a separate conference. Now we want to discuss encouraging local government units. I would like to hand over to the president of the Polish Healthy Cities Association, Maria Piętak-Frączek. I hand over to him. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I would like to thank you on behalf of the city of Kraków and the Polish Healthy Cities Association. Before I move on to my topic, that is encouraging LGUs to undertake public health actions, I would like to refer to the previous presentations. Thank you for that great introduction, for summing up the public health actions of LGUs. I will also refer to what the professor said and presented. We, as the Polish Healthy Cities Association, are trying to put in practice what you've been talking about. We are drawing from your expertise, and we are impacted by the factors you've listed, the factors that impact a public health program implementation. I just wanted to talk about our organization, its main goals. We are focused mainly on improving health conditions in cities, also on community health, and we implement WHO strategies locally. We've been doing that for 35 years. We have a lot of experience, therefore. We try to implement that concept of a healthy city and define what that means. We've been talking about the WHO definition of health, well-being on all levels, not just the absence of disease or infirmity, taking into account the needs of local residents, of looking at different forms of health in different walks of life, a city which is informed about local problems. What brings us together is being passionate about our actions. We do our best to be practical. We don't only want to debate theory. We have about 40 cities represented in our association. We talked about Pomerania here. It's a white spot on our map, but we're talking to Pomeranian cities. We hope that Gdańsk will join and other cities will follow suit. Just quickly about the areas of our activity. All of these areas that were discussed today: cardiovascular, civilizational diseases, diabetes, obesity, oncological diseases, infectious disease prevention, TB prevention, vaccinations, health of youth and children, quality of life of the elderly and the disabled, promoting healthy lifestyles and health education, protection of mental health, fighting addictions, and environment education. So all of these areas have already been discussed by the previous speakers. Why is it worth being a healthy city? Why take action in public health? we focus on the significance of health and LGU activity. We want them to adopt a holistic, multi-sectoral approach. The goal is to provide LGUs with stability, with long-term actions which spread out over many years, to provide them with financial stability. We've talked about the financial resources of LGUs. It's a difficult situation even in Kraków, but we try to draw from the experience of our member cities, and we also draw from European standards as well as WHO.
I teraz krótko, tylko chciałam zasygnalizować, bo mam jako ostatnią tą prezentację.
I know my presentation is the last one of the day, so I don't want to speak too long. If you would like to discuss these issues, then I invite you to do that informally with me. However, these actions in health are voluntary. This has already been stated. We have an act on local governments on all levels. We have the Constitution of Poland, and those tasks are enshrined in the Constitution. Therefore, these tasks are entrusted to LGU. There are also important NGO initiatives which act in line with the Public Health Act. We have a procedure foreseen in that act of law. We also have an alliance aimed at impacting legislative change, for example, the amendment of the Public Health Act. We see a lot of areas in that act that should be modified and updated. We're taking action in that area as well. A week ago, we had a meeting at the Medical Club of the Jagiellonian University on connected with the Year of Preventive Medicine. We had the Deputy Minister of Health, Madam Kęska. She said that the Ministry of Health intends to introduce some order into the Public Health Act. The ministry is planning to provide robust foundations for the National Public Health Program. We, as an association, feel that we are partners to this area, and when we want to take action in this field. Education and incentives. That's what we can do as LGUs. We can conduct educational and informational campaigns which can impact the entire country. They don't have to only be local. We also establish partnerships. I listed just a couple of them in the slide. I will just tell you about the partnership cities for health. We have the HCV Free Poland Vaccine Forum, Stop Obesity, and the Healthy City Index. We believe that as concerns the Healthy City Index, we should slightly rewire the tools we use for measuring it. But of course, we are cooperating in this platform. We participated in the Congress of Healthy Cities in Warsaw, which took place recently. Then we participate in the next edition of the National Health Program, and we acquire funding. As I've said, finances are limited, but we're trying to encourage association members to take up different types of activities. We have our own grant fund, and we make it available to our members. And just to round up, two more important initiatives. Cities for Health, that's the first one. This is an example of activities where together with partners we can implement projects free of charge. Projects which were launched in Kraków and in Warsaw. As part of this project called Students Change Diabetes, we succeeded in cooperating with our partner to create educational materials. These are generally available free of charge. Anyone can make use of them. I believe that we should share the outcomes of such projects. In that way, we can show different opportunities for taking actions which don't require any funding from cities. cities can leverage such materials free of charge. We are now moving to the second stage of that project. Another example is the partnership Stop Obesity. It is taking place in Kraków, and our association has joined the partnership that conducts this project. Here we've already clearly defined the Stop Obesity Roundtable, and our aim is to issue recommendations and for an educational campaign and for public health actions. These are just some examples of what motivates us to take action in public health. Our association, after 35 years, is moving from Łódź to Kraków, so I invite you to visit us in person.
Thank you so much. And if I'm asked for the remote to change the slides, and as I get it, I want to ask all the participants of the session after the Q&A session to think about maybe 1 minute or 1.5 minute statement about what recommendations we have for local governments, why we want and will implement health programs, and also why is it worth to be active in the area of public health. So to be able to have arguments for our decision makers who often don't know much about health but need to take the right decisions. And by the way, you mentioned Łódź. The vice president of Łódź also is a graduate of public health faculties. We outlined our agenda, and in September in Kalisz we carried out a short survey among self-government officials to see what topics would be of most interest to them. And I'm really happy that we had a good sense of what would be most important. So prevention of diabetes, whooping cough, HPV, and obesity. So those, I think that indeed those, we predicted that those topics will be very important. So the local government academy for 2025. I will present our prevention actions regarding prophylaxis of communicable diseases. Also, we'll talk about physiotherapy and plans for the future. So this is a historic list, a list from the past. Soon I'll have to reduce the font even more to make space for even more of our initiatives that we carried out in cooperation with local governments. A lot has been happening, and thanks to that we really have a broad set of experiences in many areas. The latest update was pneumococci for cancer care, and last year we also worked on HCV, so hepatitis vaccinations and treatment. We already have the agency's recommendation in that regard. Whooping cough, tele-CT, diabetology, and obesity. Prevention of communicable diseases. These are slides from the Vaccine Forum. This is a slide of Senator Małecka-Libera. The vaccination process is a very complex one. I won't get into details, but we should all be aware of the fact that each stakeholder should add their own aspects. We have to it's not enough to say that we have to vaccinate. We have to think about why it's not obvious for everyone that we should be vaccinated, and how we should deal with this issue as an institution which finances vaccinations. Education with regard to the vaccinations. How can we make it effective? What scope should be a part of education? And how should we using digital tools to educate? Because now Education is about pictures and short messages, how we can get the hook in so that the beneficiary does get interested. This is another slide from the Vaccine Forum about the vaccination system. The whole Vaccine Forum project, which started with the national flu vaccination program, this shows how much has changed with regard to availability of vaccinations. A lot has changed with regard to who can vaccinate, where, and what is reimbursed. Vaccinations are possible also in pharmacies and in mobile vaccination points. Also, an extended pathway in the primary healthcare. The Red Crosses is something which should be made shorter. Primary healthcare vaccinations should be made simplified, and the pathway should be shorter. So if a patient has to go from a doctor's to the pharmacy and then back to the doctor, he might end up not being vaccinated at all. This is Mikołaj Konstanty at the Vaccination Forum, which who was also a speaker at yesterday's day of the symposium. The number of vaccinations that are carried out by pharmacists is on the rise. We've talked to Mikołaj Konstanty about this, the participation of pharmacists in local governments' health policy programs. Pharmacists are great healthcare professionals who can educate the society in the area of disease prevention. We should keep that in mind. Professor Antczak and Senator Małecka-Libera are not asleep on this. In this picture, they are just very focused on what is being said by Marek Wójcik. He did not put them to sleep. So we have representatives of the Vaccine Forum here at our humble symposium. The Pneumo-Onco program, a template which was prepared for the capital city of Kraków, and this received a positive recommendation of the president of the Agency for HTA. Details of how such a similar program can be implemented in your region. If you want that information, contact us after the symposium. The session with WHO, everyone who is watching us online, or maybe you will be watching us later on, you might not know that. This session shows how important it is to prevent TB and to treat TB and raise awareness about this global problem. The conclusions of yesterday's session is that a team on developing the TB combating efforts has been created, and on the 15th of December they will present their policy for TB combating. We have a health policy program developed in cooperation with WHO on TB, and on CESTAC's website there are also educational materials available, and we encourage you to use those materials, and we will add on more such materials, and we will inform you about new materials in our newsletter. The city of Chorzów, it's one of the local governments which effectively implements the program for TB prevention and treatment, and was actually awarded for its efforts. It's a success story of good implementation of such programs. You should always use such examples. This is the website of the address of the website where you can find those educational materials. As I've said yesterday, these materials will be also simplified and adapted to social media and other digital channels. The principles of treating diabetes, a holistic approach. You probably know that slide. I really like those Olympic circles. I myself live right next to the Olympic Center in Warsaw, so I feel this spirit connection. And I do sport not just as an armchair expert. I actually go to the gym. I do cycle, so I do my best. Coming back to the diabetes aspect, because local governments are interested in such programs, but they have not always been successful. This is a summary of various programs, which in theory involved 90 million Polish zloty on diabetes prevention, but they were not necessarily successful. Very often, only a few percent of the target were met. Of almost 15,000 intended users, only a few hundred actually took part. So not a good result. We analyzed what went wrong in most local governments. Either the budget was poorly designed and there were not enough incentives for partners, or not enough attractive proposals for beneficiaries, or something that got in the way, for example, the COVID pandemic. But local governments still want to carry out such programs, and that's good news because diabetes remains a big problem for public health, which is evidenced, for example, by a recommendation of the president of the agency. You also have our template model that we created, which follows the recommendation, but at some points goes more granular into greater detail. When discussing this with clinicians and with local government officials, we often saw that just a simple measuring of the sugar level and information that they were in the risk group did not do much change for patients. We have to promote a lifestyle change. We have to promote different eating habits and physical activity. It needs to be a lengthy intervention. It is not an ad hoc point aspect like just one vaccination. It needs to be a sequence actions. It needs to be long-term, maybe using digital solutions, maybe an educational program. So using those electronic devices as a tool which shows to the patient how their everyday behavior, their lifestyle and diet impact their glycemia, their sugar levels. So real-time sugar level measurements can be used as an incentive. So an element of self-control, an element of education. Such a patient would get a device. They need to go through the entire education process, meetings with a dietitian, with a psychologist, training on a healthy diet, say how much physical activity he does currently, then then the local government would additionally get hard data from a wellness app, something that can be reported to the agency. And I think that this is something that can really reverse the poor trends of effectiveness of such programs. I think that there should be two such sensors at the beginning and at the end of the intervention. But the duration of such a multidisciplinary intervention should be between 3 and 9 months, according to us and according to what we found in scientific literature. But we should keep in mind, and this is something that is pointed to by the Polish Diabetic Association, there are some sensors which are better than others. Some are recommended and some are considered unreliable. So if you are to launch such a program, always use those devices which are listed as recommended by the Polish Diabetic Society. What programs have we developed in 2025? Whooping cough has already been mentioned. Very good. This is one of our successful programs. Another one is the mobile tele-CT devices, and all the all the remarks of HTA agency was taken into account. Polish free from HCV. We developed a model, a template program, but also educational materials. And there is a recommendation of the agency in this point, and you can use it. But you can also use our educational materials targeting various target groups. On our website, you can see a lot of materials, and there are a lot of videos collected from various credible sources. You can hyperlink them at your websites. And I will make my 15 minutes. And postscriptum is as a postscriptum program we launched 4 years ago, an active baby. We want infants to be seen by physiotherapists who can assess infant psychomotoric capacities in home settings, and also to educate parents. It's been discussed in the model in detail. If some children were to be referred to individual care, the program provided for that. We had a positive opinion of the agency about that program. It took some time, but it did come in the end. Sometimes you just have to wait for the right conditions. And the near future, WHO and TB, consultations, workshops, materials, support, occupational medicine included, prevention and diagnostics of diabetes. We will develop a budget calculator tool for you and other materials. Well, if diabetes, then we'll probably add on the issue of obesity, as this is often interconnected. Whooping cough, we will publish a template which you can use after we've agreed on the details of that with the Pomeranian voivodeship. We will also be publishing various tutorials, like for diabetes or for HPV. We will continue cooperating with the Association of Polish Cities and the Healthy Cities Association. I hope we will reach all few hundred of members of those associations, and we are open for your suggestions. Moving on to the discussions, to the Q&A, to the discussion. If there are any questions, prepare them, send them to me. And I have 2 more slides, actually. Thank you. Time for questions and answers. And I have to say that Kalisz, which I visited 3 weeks ago, is an incredible city. And I have to say that an evening spent with the local government officials can be very surprising there. But they let me out, as you can see in this picture. What am I doing here? This is an old prison of the Tsar times.
I have to compliment. That was the Polish National Conference for Health. Thank you for that supplementation. I hand over to representatives of the Polish HTA agency, Mr. Miazga, Madam Krada, and Mr. Tatara. Thank you very much. Let me hand over to you. You can now moderate this session. Let's make some space. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like you to share your reflections after the Q&A. I guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, you will get your Q&A time and you will get your sum-ups, because we need to do that before we finish our symposium. We've received some questions from CSTAH and we have prepared the answers for you. We've also provided our presentation, if we could have that pulled up for us. As we're waiting, I would like to give the floor to you, and I'll try and work things out with the presentation. Sorry for that technical hitch. Let me start by asking you to provide the answers and comments to the questions. We've received more than 10 questions from LGUs through CSTAH. I will answer some of the questions and my colleagues will respond to the remaining ones. Let me start with Dagmara Karauda, who is the coordinator of the HPH team, and Wojciech Miazga works on the team responsible for recommendations. Let's move on to the questions. Does the agency plan to withdraw evaluations of public health programs and introduce other tools? Issuing such opinions is a task entrusted to the agency under legal regulations. At the moment, work is pending on this area to withdraw such evaluations by the Polish HTA agency. For the time being, we can suggest that you use an application creator. It's a tool that has to be updated, but it can help you in requesting an opinion on PHPs. We also have some legal loopholes. I've been talking about that in the presentation. As I've said, you can go for a recommendation instead of an opinion. The next question, why are HPPs funded fully by LGUs have to be subjected to an opinion of the agency? Once again, it follows from the rules and regulations of the agency and from legal regulations. LGUs are implementing HPPs from public funds. This is about the optimal use of public funds for safe, effective interventions. This is about optimization of public funds use. By definition, HPPs must be safe and effective. The agency, as a central public body, has the tools for example, HTA tools that it uses to verify the effectiveness of HPPs. The President issues most of the opinions are positive but conditional. That's the highest number of opinions issued. We serve as a guardian of the effectiveness of HPP programs. We analyzed data on preventive medicine programs, which were aligned with the Public Health Act. A lot of these programs were not robust in terms of their merits and effectiveness. So we need to ensure effectiveness. The third question, How does the agency approach involving pharmacists into health HPPs implemented by LGUs? Pharmacists and pharmacies, from the legal perspective, can participate in such programs. There are no counter-indications. There is no definition of HPP manager, so pharmacies or pharmacists can implement HPPs. They are eligible entities for providing medical and educational services. I myself believe this is a good idea. The question is whether pharmacies will be interested in implementing HPPs. If they are, then the agency would like to encourage them to participate and implement HPPs. After yesterday's conversation with Mikołaj Konstanty, I can say that he believes pharmacists will be highly interested. They will be willing to support LGUs. All that is necessary is a formula for cooperation, and then those two areas can meet. We have a long tradition of bringing different stakeholders together within the health system. We will try and provide you with assistance. We talked with trainings for LGUs. Let me repeat that we have plans for training central institutions. Some time ago, we had training for the NFH, and the NFH provided us with training so that we would be on the same page and use the same language. As a result of the training, we don't have inconsistencies in our requests that we submit to the NHF. So we can introduce such training for pharmacists to eliminate any difficulties in communication. From our perspective, as the agency, we believe that including pharmacists in HPPs would be beneficial and that they would benefit from our training. I now hand over to my colleagues. Another slide and another question: how to diagnose local needs. We can speak in length about this topic. HPP implementation should be supported by epidemiological data. About the sources of those data, I must talk about a map of health needs. The applicant must refer to a map of health needs in their proposed HPP. Other sources include data from the Ministry of Health, the NHF, the Polish Hygiene Institute, the Polish Sanitary Inspectorate, the Polish Registry of Cancers, but also from local healthcare centers. Such sources should also be used to source epidemiological data. It's also worth considering access to medical services. A limited access to medical services in a given LGU area would be important. We have sources on data, for example, the contract signed with the NHF, and all of that comes up in the local needs analysis. Applicants often point to different surveys that they conducted to provide grounds for their HPPs. So you can conduct a questionnaire or a survey, and then the outcomes of such surveys are presented. Applicants often resort to such a solution. We can talk about epidemiological data and their sources in length. We provide such detailed information at our training, so once again we would like to invite you to participate in those. Changes to HPPs, to their main detailed goals, well, it's difficult to give you a general answer. we approach them in a case-by-case basis. Of course, we know that the main objective, the detailed goals, the effectiveness measures, also monitoring and evaluation are very difficult to LGU officials. We're aware of those troubles. We would like to provide assistance. We are working on an instruction, a manual for LGUs. We will focus on these effectiveness measures and other troublesome issues. We can also change the template of the Polish HTA president opinion. That is something we are taking into account. Perhaps the opinion will also include such elements to make things easier for LGUs. The next question. Could you provide examples of including occupational medicine in HPPs implemented by LGUs? We didn't have such a program. Occupational medicine wasn't the sole focus. We did have a program focused on stress-related diseases. This was connected with EU social funds. Very often, definitions of populations and objectives focused on the eligibility of costs. So in a way, they were linked to these guidelines. However, occupational medicine was not the sole purpose of an HPP. I'll explain why this question emerged. In many cases, LGUs try to reach people in working age. Many people who think they're healthy don't even know who their primary healthcare physician is. Those employed in non-micro enterprises are subjected to regular physical checkups, and the primary healthcare physician covers their health. That's 5 million people. That's a lot to examine. And we want to include those entities. But I don't think you've noticed that issue in your programs. No, it hasn't emerged. Moving on to the next question. Is the agency working on a recommendation on the mental health of healthcare professionals? This year, the agency has been inundated with requests for recommendations. Everyone was happy that in 2020 we issued 15 recommendations. Only we have the obligation to update all recommendations issued every 5 years. We weren't thinking about it back in 2025. The 5-year period falls this year. Therefore, all our analytical resources have been channeled to updating those 15 recommendations issued in 2020. By the end of this year, there are no plans for issuing additional recommendations on our own initiative as the agency. Concerning the mental health concerning mental health, we have a separate legal act. There is a separate act of law on protecting mental health. That's the document that LGUs can refer to and use as their basis for HPPs focused on mental health. We've just gone through the databases searching for such programs. Depression in children and youth is often the topic of HPPs. That is something you can consider in the first place. That is what we will consider in terms of our future recommendations. This is linked to question number 8. Is the agency working on an HPP concerning neurodegenerative diseases. Here we also look through the database to prepare for this symposium. In the recent period, we didn't get even one HPP in this area for evaluation. So regardless of whether we issued a positive or negative opinion, there was no such program. So we will look at that when we decide on our priorities. The agency must go through all implemented HPPs to date and decide on a recommendation on that basis. So that will not be a priority since these already have been implemented, at least on depression. One of the LGUs, which is implementing a diabetes preventative program, is planning to recruit patients with non-standard glycemia levels because they're planning to refer persons diagnosed with in terms of glycemia levels to the program from other public programs. We've been discussing diabetes prevention because that was also a request submitted to us. We will analyze this question as we go. We can do some of the things listed in this question, but let me move on to HPPs focused on type 2 diabetes. A short break, thank you for that. This is the Q&A part. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions to the agency?
I have this question with regards to recommendations for dentistry for pediatric patients. One element that you recommend is the parent being present with any kinds of interventions in dentistry. On the one hand, it's understandable, but I don't know if you realize how much it will impact actual accessibility of services to children in practice. If we're talking, for example, about dentist rooms in schools, we have a problem with the fact that some parents don't use NHF-provided services, and I think that programs that were supposed to be implemented at schools were to increase this. We understand that a parent needs to know and consent to a service, depending on the form, if it is a program implemented as part of NHF, so not a local government prevention program, but an NHF program. And we know that some changes are being planned in the regulation where dentists and
this will heavily impact the number of children which will participate. And often we had a lot of children participating who have been neglected in this area. I believe that this will strongly influence the effectiveness of these programs. All in all, this will impact their underlying objectives. I think that hygiene programs and hygiene of the mouth cavity should be improved. That's a call to reflect upon this. I'm from Wrocław. Let me support this voice. It's not just about the regulation. I think we have the UD 148. That's the code applicable here. We have a lot more than you're talking about. We also have the reversal of today's solutions. Every year, parents will have to confirm that they consent to a preventive program. They will have to request such a program.
Tak do tej pory można było niektóre rzeczy robić na bazie oświadczenia rodzicielskiego, to teraz muszą się pojawić.
Sometimes a parent declaration was enough. Now they will have to come in person. It will be a tragedy. We will reverse all of the achievements to date since stomatology. I think we're taking this occasion to call on you to protest against these solutions. We would like this solution to be withdrawn. I don't know if it's a problem connected with the recommendations that we issued, or the contents of the recommendations follow from expert opinions and the reviews conducted. So it's not us, it's EBM that's in the recommendations. Parents are, let me put it this way, an add-on on the health programs. It's a preventive program for caries in children and youth. And this is about parental supervision, but the parent is not necessary. We can't hear the comment from the audience.
You know how it's going to be interpreted. So it's a recommendation. It's not a strict requirement that if the parent is not present, the intervention cannot be carried out. But, well, in general, with pediatric patients, it's recommended that parents know about what services are provided to the child. It's not like if the parent is not present. Well, the regulations and are heading in the direction that it's a requirement no matter what you recommend in programs. In school medical offices, or so dental buses, mobile buses, if it is required for the patient to be present, then no one will be using them. This is futile. But we're talking about two different documents. A regulation which you mentioned and recommendations of the president of Outmit is something else. So with us, this is a soft recommendation. It is not a strict provision. Yes, but it's going... So it's a... It's a strong recommendation, but it's not an recommendation, but it's not an obligation. So we need to be able to use those recommendations wisely. But in the end, it is the local government which will be formulating its own program. They do not need to follow it word for word. There are some elements which need to be present. We do not hear the question. So it's a recommendation, but not an obligation. Again, we cannot hear the speaker. Projects which put the world upside down. Until now, a child could be entered into placed into a program. Once there was consent at the beginning of school, this would apply for subsequent years. Now we need repeated consents of parents every year. Look how the health education subject was introduced. What a failure it was. Do we have other questions from the room? Great. In that case, let me just announce a second part. We asked the agency to answer questions regarding the topics which are of most interest to local governments. For example, we will discuss diabetes, and at the end, those speakers who can stay with us, even we are already we went beyond our scheduled time, but still, maybe the speakers can summarize now. Can we agree to this? Okay, so I will be giving the microphone to the speakers who had their presentations so that they can provide a short summary, and then the agency-related topics will be covered, and we will be registering the subsequent part of our session. I wanted to say one thing, and I would like to recommend and encourage local governments with regard to the works on the new Act on Public Health. Yes, I will take a seat. So I want to appeal to local governments to support works on the reform, because the team which worked on the amendment of the Act on Public Health, there was a concept of the Public Health Fund, which would collect funds from various levies, for example, the tobacco tax or the sugar tax. And such fund would be divided into two parts, the central part and local sub-funds. Such provisions were included in the bill, in the draft regulation. This might still be modified, but the idea was that on the one hand, we need strong central actions on a central level, but it's necessary for them to also be implemented locally in cooperation with local governments. So I definitely encourage you to support works on the developing of that regulation, because we need the involvement of the central authorities, because we shouldn't be developing a million of small programs. We need central coordination and design of programs, but at the same time we need local implementators. So please support these initiatives so that I ask that representatives of local governments support works of that bill, and maybe those provisions will come to fruition. I'm giving the floor to Marek Wójcik. With regard to the fund, we are in favor of it, but we want what we have right now and additional funds on top of it. So we need more funds. I want to thank the Institute for Health and Hygiene for their proposal. I invite you to do a short presentation with our association. I also wonder to what extent the creator which you work with could implement what we talked about today, so that some things could be uploaded automatically. Maybe this. We've already worked on Profibaza a few years ago, and the results were not always successful. And now the next thing, a reference to what the director said with regard to the director of the Healthy Cities Association. Here you are. Now I can see you. My big request. I notice strong polarization. The local governments. Some local governments are very active, some do something from time to time, and there are some local governments which never do anything. Take care of those local governments which are insufficiently active. Help them. And also coordinated care. Thank you for this good idea that we should try to convince the people to take those 5 pathways. Innovative, barrier-breaking initiatives are important. So for coordinated care, invite a primary care physician to the sitting of the local council. Let him educate people. Soon we'll have a senior services voucher. We should engage people who will be dealing with this in trainings. We can insist that there are education activities. In one big hospital, which I saw, every Saturday when students are bored, they get classes on health education. This is a great idea. Using them, the patients were there anyway. In a For example, the institution where alcoholics are brought to sober up, before such a person proves that they are sober and can leave that facility, they need to read a text, and then a doctor asks such a person, what did you understand from this health-related text? Why not choose such an unconventional manner? Another thing that I heard about, a competition about health education. So there is a joint competition for children and parents. So children and parents take part in the competition together. That's a great idea. Also, energy drinks. There is an amendment of the regulation. We should use this as an opportunity to raise awareness, as energy drinks should not be sold to minors. We should increase awareness among the society about that. And now, time for the question that was asked. How should we convince local decision makers to implement health policy programs? Well, we can simply tell them, if you do that, you will win the next elections.
No dobrze, wiedziałam, że to padnie. Tak, to ja...
I hand over to Dr. Smaga. Let me go back to the data. Let me encourage you to look through the lens of data onto your LGU. If we look at the health determinants, then we can identify what should be improved. I'm certain that once you do that, it will be easier to engage, because we will see that is what afflicts our residents. It's burdensome for them, and if we improve that, public confidence will increase. And the next step is voting in the elections. The deposit system has been introduced since the 1st of October. So you're issuing leaflets, so now you can add information on different health risks, for example, on beer. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can implement all of these objectives if we collaborate arm in arm. I can see it's possible in this group we see here, the group that we have here. I'm very pleased to see this. I'm excited about this cooperation between LGUs and other institutes. I would like us as LGUs to be able to co-create the National Health Programme. I would like LGUs to be able to implement tasks important to us. And about those communes which are only gaining experience and education, we have those in our associations, and every year we have such training sessions for those who are lost in the system. We can't hear the voice from the audience, there's no microphone. Or simply as enthusiasts, they would engage in our offer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. It's the end of the week. We have a public function to serve. I would like to thank all of my panelists. The official part of this session has now come to an end. Thank you to all our panelists and our guests who are probably catching their trains. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now stay with representatives of the HTA agency because we still have a few topics to cover. All those who will be watching us in the streaming, they will be waiting for rehabilitation, diabetes and obesity. Thank you. I would like to thank the city of Kraków for their honorary patronage, which they extended to us. They extended their patronage to our symposium. I would now like to invite the HTA agency to continue with their presentation.
Tak, no to przechodzimy w dalszej części właśnie do programu. Cukrzyca. Tak, cukrzyca typu drugiego.
Let's move on to type 2 diabetes.
Wkrótce jak to wyglądało do tej pory.
Let me summarize the developments today. Until the 8th of October of this year, the agency received 77 projects, proposals of HPPs in diabetology.
Z czego wydano 64
We
opinie.
issued 64 opinions, 41 were positive, conditionally positive, and 23 were negative. 13 of the received proposals were not subjected to an evaluation for formal reasons.
Wydano opinię.
An opinion simply wasn't issued at all. There was quite a lot of these programs. We know that diabetes is a civilizational disease. In 2024, the agency issued a recommendation on its own initiative in this area.
Pokażę, co to zmieniło.
Let me show you the changes that it entails. In the graph, we have the number of proposals coming in and the opinions issued on HPPs. In 2025, you can infer from the graph, no opinion on diabetes has been issued. What was the reason behind that? Because at the end of 2024, we issued a recommendation which stated that a declaration would suffice. We have 3 such declarations, and we know that the recommendation did not block the implementation of HPPs.
I teraz w krótkich słowach, co jest w tej rekomendacji, żebyśmy wiedzieli, jak z niej w ogóle korzystać. Prezes agencji rekomenduje prowadzenie działań edukacyjnych, przesiewowych badań z wykorzystaniem pomiaru glukozy oraz interwencji nacelowanej na modyfikację stylu życia, właśnie skierowanej do osób, u których wykryje się nieprawidłowy poziom glikemii. I to też jest istotne. Ważne są kryteria włączenia i wyłączenia do tego programu, ponieważ program ten jest stricte profilaktyczny i on nie skupia się na pacjentach, którzy mają już zdiagnozowaną cukrzycę. Także tutaj nie ma możliwości, żeby ktoś, jeśli komuś w tym programie